Chapter 1 of Bel Ami, or The History of a Scoundrel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel Ami, or The History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 1. Poverty. After changing his 5-franc piece, Georges Duroy left the restaurant. He twisted his moustache in military style and cast a rapid, sweeping glance upon the diners, among whom were 3 saleswomen, an untidy music teacher of uncertain age, and 2 women with their husbands. When he reached the sidewalk, he paused to consider what route he should take. It was the 28th of June, and he had only 3 francs in his pocket to last him the remainder of the month. That meant 2 dinners and no lunches, or 2 lunches and no dinners, according to choice. As he pondered upon this unpleasant state of affairs, he sauntered down Rue Notre Dame de Lorette, preserving his military air and carriage, and rudely jostled the people upon the streets in order to clear a path for himself. He appeared to be hostile to the passers-by, and even to the houses, the entire city. Tall, well-built, fair, with blue eyes, a curled moustache, hair naturally wavy and parted in the middle, he recalled the hero of the popular romances. It was one of those sultry Parisian evenings when not a breath of air is stirring. The sewers exhaled poisonous gases, and the restaurants the disagreeable odors of cooking and of kindred smells. Porters in their shirt sleeves, astride their chairs, smoked their pipes at the carriage gates, and pedestrians strolled leisurely along, hats in hand. When Georges Duroy reached the boulevard, he halted again, undecided as to which road to choose. Finally, he turned toward the Madeleine and followed the tide of people. The large, well-patronized cafes tempted Duroy, but were he to drink only 2 glasses of beer in an evening, farewell to the meager supper the following night. Yet he said to himself, "I will take a glass at the Americain. By Jove, I am thirsty." He glanced at men seated at the tables, men who could afford to slake their thirst, and he scowled at them. "Rascals," he muttered. If he could have caught one of them at a corner in the dark, he would have choked him without a scruple. He recalled the 2 years spent in Africa, and the manner in which he had extorted money from the Arabs. A smile hovered about his lips at the recollection of an escapade which had cost 3 men their lives, a foray which had given his 2 comrades and himself 70 fowls, 2 sheep, money, and something to laugh about for 6 months. The culprits were never found. Indeed, they were not sought for, the Arab being looked upon as the soldier's prey. But in Paris it was different. There one could not commit such deeds with impunity. He regretted that he had not remained where he was, but he had hoped to improve his condition, and for that reason he was in Paris. He passed the Vaudeville and stopped at the Cafe Americain, debating as to whether he should take that glass. Before deciding, he glanced at a clock. It was 9:15. He knew that when the beer was placed in front of him, he would drink it, and then what would he do at 11 o'clock? So he walked on, intending to go as far as the Madeleine and return. When he reached the Place de l'Opéra, a tall young man passed him, whose face he fancied was familiar. He followed him, repeating, "Where the deuce have I seen that fellow?" For a time he racked his brain in vain. Then suddenly he saw the same man, but not so corpulent and more youthful, attired in the uniform of a hussar. He exclaimed: "Wait, Forestier!" and hastening up to him, laid his hand upon the man's shoulder. The latter turned, looked at him and said: "What do you want, sir?" Duroy began to laugh. "Don't you remember me?" "No." "Not remember Georges Duroy of the 6th Hussars?" Forestier extended both hands. "Ah, my dear fellow, how are you?" "Very well, and how are you?" "Oh, I am not very well. I cough 6 months out of the 12 as a result of bronchitis contracted at Bougival about the time of my return to Paris 4 years ago." "But you look well." Forestier, taking his former comrade's arm, told him of his malady, of the consultations, the opinions, and the advice of the doctors, and of the difficulty of following their advice in his position. They ordered him to spend the winter in the south, but how could he? He was married and was a journalist in a responsible editorial position. I manage the political department on La Vie Francaise. I report the doings of the Senate for Le Salut, and from time to time I write for La Planète. That is what I am doing." Duroy, in surprise, glanced at him. He was very much changed. Formerly, Forestier had been thin, giddy, noisy, and always in good spirits. But 3 years of life in Paris had made another man of him. Now he was stout and serious, and his hair was gray on his temples, although he could not number more than 27 years. Forestier asked: "Where are you going?" Duroy replied: "Nowhere in particular." "Very well, will you accompany me to the Vie Francaise, where I have some proofs to correct, and afterwards take a drink with me?" "Yes, gladly." They walked along arm in arm with that familiarity which exists between schoolmates and brother officers. "What are you doing in Paris?" asked Forestier. Duroy shrugged his shoulders. "Dying of hunger, simply. When my time was up, I came hither to make my fortune, or rather to live in Paris, and for 6 months I have been employed in a railroad office at 1,500 francs a year." Forestier murmured: "That is not very much." "But what can I do?" answered Duroy. "I am alone, I know no one. I have no recommendations. The spirit is not lacking, but the means are." His companion looked at him from head to foot like a practical man who is examining a subject. Then he said, in a tone of conviction: "You see, my dear fellow, all depends on assurance here. A shrewd, observing man can sometimes become a minister. You must obtrude yourself and yet not ask anything. But how is it you have not found anything better than a clerkship at the station?" Duroy replied: "I hunted everywhere and found nothing else. But I know where I can get 3,000 francs at least, as riding master at the Pelerin school." Forestier stopped him. "Don't do it, for you can earn 10,000 francs. You will ruin your prospects at once. In your office, at least, no one knows you. You could leave it if you wish at any time, but when you are once a riding master, all will be over. You might as well be a butler in a house to which all Paris comes to dine. When you have given riding lessons to men of the world or to their sons, they will no longer consider you their equal." He paused, reflected several seconds, and then asked: "Are you a bachelor?" "Yes, though I have been smitten several times." "That makes no difference. If Cicero and Tiberius were mentioned, would you know who they were?" "Yes." "Good. No one knows any more except about a score of fools. It is not difficult to pass for being learned. The secret is, not to betray your ignorance. Just maneuver, avoid the quicksands and obstacles, and the rest can be found in a dictionary." He spoke like one who understood human nature, and he smiled as the crowd passed them by. Suddenly he began to cough, and stopped to allow the paroxysm to spend itself. Then he said in a discouraged tone: "Isn't it tiresome not to be able to get rid of this bronchitis? And here is midsummer. This winter I shall go to Menton. Health before everything." They reached the Boulevard Poissonniere. Behind a large glass door an open paper was affixed. 3 people were reading it. Above the door was printed the legend "La Vie Francaise." Forestier pushed open the door and said: "Come in." Duroy entered. They ascended the stairs, passed through an antechamber in which 2 clerks greeted their comrade, and then entered a kind of waiting room. "Sit down," said Forestier. "I shall be back in 5 minutes." And he disappeared. Duroy remained where he was. From time to time men passed him by, entering by one door and going out by another before he had time to glance at them. Now they were young men, very young, with a busy air, holding sheets of paper in their hands; now compositors, their shirts spotted with ink, carefully carrying what were evidently fresh proofs. Occasionally a gentleman entered, fashionably dressed, some reporter bringing news. Forestier reappeared arm in arm with a tall, thin man of 30 or 40, dressed in a black coat, with a white cravat, a dark complexion, and an insolent, self-satisfied air. Forestier said to him: Adieu, my dear sir," and the other pressed his hand with "Au revoir, my friend." Then he descended the stairs whistling, his cane under his arm. Duroy asked his name. "That is Jacques Rival, the celebrated writer and duelist. He came to correct his proofs. Garin, Montel, and he are the best witty and realistic writers we have in Paris. He earns 30,000 francs a year for 2 articles a week." As they went downstairs, they met a stout little man with long hair, who was ascending the stairs whistling. Forestier bowed low. "Norbert de Varenne," said he, "the poet, the author of Les Soleils Morts, a very expensive man. Every poem he gives us costs 300 francs, and the longest has not 200 lines. But let us go into the Napolitain, I am getting thirsty." When they were seated at a table, Forestier ordered 2 glasses of beer. He emptied his at a single draught, while Duroy sipped his beer slowly, as if it were something rare and precious. Suddenly his companion asked: "Why don't you try journalism?" Duroy looked at him in surprise and said: "Because I have never written anything." "Bah, we all have to make a beginning. I could employ you myself by sending you to obtain information. At first you would only get 250 francs a month, but your cab fare would be paid. Shall I speak to the manager?" "If you will." "Well, then come and dine with me to morrow. I will only ask 5 or 6 to meet you: the manager, M. Walter, his wife, with Jacques Rival and Norbert de Varenne, whom you have just seen, and also a friend of Mme. Forestier. Will you come?" Duroy hesitated, blushing and perplexed. Finally he murmured: "I have no suitable clothes." Forestier was amazed. "You have no dress suit? Egad, that is indispensable. In Paris it is better to have no bed than no clothes." Then, fumbling in his vest pocket, he drew from it 2 louis, placed them before his companion, and said kindly: "You can repay me when it is convenient. Buy yourself what you need and pay an installment on it. And come and dine with us at 7:30 at 17 Rue Fontaine." In confusion, Duroy picked up the money and stammered: "You are very kind. I am much obliged. Be sure I shall not forget." Forestier interrupted him: "That's all right. Take another glass of beer. Waiter, 2 more glasses." When he had paid the score, the journalist asked: "Would you like a stroll for an hour?" "Certainly." They turned toward the Madeleine. "What shall we do?" asked Forestier. "They say that in Paris an idler can always find amusement, but it is not true. A turn in the Bois is only enjoyable if you have a lady with you, and that is a rare occurrence. The cafe concerts may divert my tailor and his wife, but they do not interest me. So what can we do? Nothing. There ought to be a summer garden here, open at night, where a man could listen to good music while drinking beneath the trees. It would be a pleasant lounging place. You could walk in alleys bright with electric light, and seat yourself where you pleased to hear the music. It would be charming. Where would you like to go?" Duroy did not know what to reply. Finally he said: "I have never been to the Folies Bergere. I should like to go there." His companion exclaimed: "The Folies Bergere? Very well." They turned and walked toward the Faubourg Montmartre. The brilliantly illuminated building loomed up before them. Forestier entered. Duroy stopped him. "We forgot to pass through the gate." The other replied in a consequential tone: "I never pay," and approached the box office. "Have you a good box?" "Certainly, Monsieur Forestier." He took the ticket handed him, pushed open the door, and they were within the hall. A cloud of tobacco smoke almost hid the stage and the opposite side of the theatre. In the spacious foyer, which led to the circular promenade, brilliantly dressed women mingled with black coated men. Forestier forced his way rapidly through the throng and accosted an usher. "Box 17." "This way, sir." The friends were shown into a tiny box, hung and carpeted in red, with 4 chairs upholstered in the same color. They seated themselves. To their right and left were similar boxes. On the stage, 3 men were performing on trapezes. But Duroy paid no heed to them, his eyes finding more to interest them in the grand promenade. Forestier remarked upon the motley appearance of the throng, but Duroy did not listen to him. A woman, leaning her arms upon the edge of her loge, was staring at him. She was a tall, voluptuous brunette, her face whitened with enamel, her black eyes penciled, and her lips painted. With a movement of her head, she summoned a friend who was passing, a blonde with auburn hair, likewise inclined to embonpoint, and said to her in a whisper intended to be heard: "There is a nice fellow." Forestier heard it and said to Duroy with a smile: "You are lucky, my dear boy. My congratulations." The ci devant soldier blushed and mechanically fingered the 2 pieces of gold in his pocket. The curtain fell, the orchestra played a valse, and Duroy said: "Shall we walk around the gallery?" "If you like." Soon they were carried along in the current of promenaders. Duroy drank in with delight the air, vitiated as it was by tobacco and cheap perfume, but Forestier perspired, panted, and coughed. "Let us go into the garden," he said. Turning to the left, they entered a kind of covered garden in which 2 large fountains were playing. Under the yews, men and women sat at tables drinking. "Another glass of beer?" asked Forestier. "Gladly." They took their seats and watched the promenaders. Occasionally a woman would stop and ask, with a coarse smile: "What have you to offer, sir?" Forestier's invariable answer was: "A glass of water from the fountain," and the woman would mutter: "Go along," and walk away. At last the brunette reappeared, arm in arm with the blonde. They made a handsome couple. The former smiled on perceiving Duroy, and taking a chair, she calmly seated herself in front of him, and said in a clear voice: "Waiter, 2 glasses." In astonishment, Forestier exclaimed: "You are not at all bashful." She replied: "Your friend has bewitched me. He is such a fine fellow. I believe he has turned my head." Duroy said nothing. The waiter brought the beer, which the women swallowed rapidly. Then they rose, and the brunette, nodding her head and tapping Duroy's arm with her fan, said to him: "Thank you, my dear. However, you are not very talkative." As they disappeared, Forestier laughed and said: "Tell me, old man, did you know that you had a charm for the weaker sex? You must be careful." Without replying, Duroy smiled. His friend asked: "Shall you remain any longer?" "I am going. I have had enough." Georges murmured: "Yes, I will stay a little longer. It is not late." Forestier arose. "Very well, then. Good bye until to morrow. Do not forget 17 Rue Fontaine at 7:30." "I shall not forget. Thank you." The two friends shook hands, and the journalist left Duroy to his own devices. Forestier once out of sight, Duroy felt free, and again he joyously touched the gold pieces in his pocket. Then rising, he mingled with the crowd. He soon discovered the blonde and the brunette. He went towards them, but when near them, dared not address them. The brunette called out to him: "Have you found your tongue?" He stammered: "Zounds," too bashful to say another word. A pause ensued, during which the brunette took his arm, and together they left the hall. End of Section 1. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 2 of Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 2. Madame Forestier. "Where does Monsieur Forestier live?" "Third floor on the left," said the porter pleasantly, on learning Duroy's destination. Georges ascended the staircase. He was somewhat embarrassed and ill at ease. He had on a new suit, but he was uncomfortable. He felt that it was defective. His boots were not glossy. He had bought his shirt that same evening at the Louvre for 4 francs 50. His trousers were too wide, and betrayed their cheapness in their fit, or rather misfit, and his coat was too tight. Slowly he ascended the stairs, his heart beating, his mind anxious. Suddenly, before him stood a well-dressed gentleman staring at him. The person resembled Duroy, so close that the latter retreated, then stopped, and saw that it was his own image reflected in a pier glass. Not having anything but a small mirror at home, he had not been able to see himself entirely, and had exaggerated the imperfections of his toilette. When he saw his reflection in the glass, he did not even recognize himself. He took himself for someone else, for a man of the world, and was really satisfied with his general appearance. Smiling to himself, Duroy extended his hand and expressed his astonishment, pleasure, and approbation. A door opened on the staircase. He was afraid of being surprised and began to ascend more rapidly, fearing that he might have been seen posing there by some of his friend's invited guests. On reaching the second floor, he saw another mirror, and once more slackened his pace to look at himself. He likewise paused before the third glass, twirled his moustache, took off his hat to arrange his hair, and murmured half aloud, a habit of his: "Hall mirrors are most convenient." Then he rang the bell. The door opened almost immediately, and before him stood a servant in a black coat, with a grave, shaven face, so perfect in his appearance that Duroy again became confused as he compared the cut of their garments. The lackey asked: "Whom shall I announce, monsieur?" He raised a portiere and pronounced the name. Duroy lost his self-possession upon being ushered into a world as yet strange to him. However, he advanced. A young, fair woman received him alone in a large, well-lighted room. He paused, disconcerted. Who was this smiling lady? He remembered that Forestier was married, and the thought that the handsome blonde was his friend's wife rendered him awkward and ill at ease. He stammered out: "Madame, I am..." She held out her hand. "I know, monsieur. Charles told me of your meeting last night, and I am very glad that he asked you to dine with us to day." Duroy blushed to the roots of his hair, not knowing how to reply. He felt that he was being inspected from his head to his feet. He half thought of excusing himself, of inventing an explanation of the carelessness of his toilette, but he did not know how to touch upon that delicate subject. He seated himself upon a chair she pointed out to him, and as he sank into its luxurious depths, it seemed to him that he was entering a new and charming life, that he would make his mark in the world, that he was saved. He glanced at Mme. Forestier. She wore a gown of pale blue cashmere, which clung gracefully to her supple form and rounded outlines. Her arms and throat rose in lily white purity from the mass of lace which ornamented the corsage and short sleeves. Her hair was dressed high and curled upon the nape of her neck. Duroy grew more at his ease under her glance, which recalled to him, he knew not why, that of the girl he had met the preceding evening at the Folies Bergere. Mme. Forestier had gray eyes, a small nose, full lips, and a rather heavy chin, an irregular, attractive face, full of gentleness and yet of malice. After a short silence, she asked: "Have you been in Paris a long time?" Gradually regaining his self-possession, he replied: "A few months, madame. I am in the railroad employ, but my friend Forestier has encouraged me to hope that, thanks to him, I can enter into journalism." She smiled kindly and murmured in a low voice: "I know." The bell rang again and the servant announced: "Madame de Marelle." She was a dainty brunette, attired in a simple dark robe. A red rose in her black tresses seemed to accentuate her special character, and a young girl, or rather a child, for such she was, followed her. Madame Forestier said: "Good evening, Clotilde." "Good evening, Madeleine." They embraced each other, then the child offered her forehead with the assurance of an adult, saying: "Good evening, cousin." Madame Forestier kissed her and then made the introductions. Monsieur Georges Duroy, an old friend of Charles. Madame de Marelle, my friend, a relative in fact. She added: "Here, you know, we do not stand on ceremony." Duroy bowed. The door opened again and a short man entered, upon his arm a tall, handsome woman, taller than he and much younger, with distinguished manners and a dignified carriage. It was Monsieur Walter, deputy, financier, a moneyed man and a man of business, manager of La Vie Francaise, with his wife, née Basile Ravalade, daughter of the banker of that name. Then came Jacques Rival, very elegant, followed by Norbert de Varenne. The latter advanced with the grace of the old school, and taking Madame Forestier's hand, kissed it, his long hair falling upon his hostess's bare arm as he did so. Forestier now entered, apologizing for being late; he had been detained. The servant announced dinner, and they entered the dining room. Duroy was placed between Madame de Marelle and her daughter. He was again rendered uncomfortable for fear of committing some error in the conventional management of his fork, his spoon, or of his glasses, of which he had 4. Nothing was said during the soup. Then Norbert de Varenne asked a general question. "Have you read the Gautier case? How droll it was!" Then followed a discussion of the subject in which the ladies joined. Then a duel was mentioned, and Jacques Rival led the conversation. That was his province. Duroy did not venture a remark, but occasionally glanced at his neighbor. A diamond upon a slight golden thread depended from her ear. From time to time she uttered a remark which evoked a smile upon his lips. Duroy sought vainly for some compliment to pay her. He busied himself with her daughter, filled her glass, waited upon her, and the child, more dignified than her mother, thanked him gravely, saying: "You are very kind, monsieur," while she listened to the conversation with a reflective air. The dinner was excellent and everyone was delighted with it. The conversation returned to the colonization of Algeria. Monsieur Walter uttered several jocose remarks. Forestier alluded to the article he had prepared for the morrow. Jacques Rival declared himself in favor of a military government, with grants of land to all the officers after 30 years of colonial service. "In that way," said he, "you can establish a strong colony, familiar with and liking the country, knowing its language, and able to cope with all those local yet grave questions which invariably confront newcomers." Norbert de Varenne interrupted: "Yes, they would know everything except agriculture. They would speak Arabic, but they would not know how to transplant beetroot and how to sow wheat. They would be strong in fencing, but weak in the art of farming. On the contrary, the new country should be opened up to everyone. Intelligent men would make positions for themselves, the others would succumb. It is a natural law." A pause ensued. Everyone smiled. Georges Duroy, startled at the sound of his own voice as if he had never heard it, said: "What is needed the most down there is good soil. Really fertile land costs as much as it does in France, and is bought by wealthy Parisians. The real colonists, the poor, are generally cast out into the desert, where nothing grows for lack of water." All eyes turned upon him. He colored. M. Walter asked: "Do you know Algeria, sir?" He replied: "Yes, sir, I was there 28 months." Leaving the subject of colonization, Norbert de Varenne questioned him as to some of the Algerian customs. Georges spoke with animation. Excited by the wine and the desire to please, he related anecdotes of the regiment, of Arabian life, and of the war. Mme. Walter murmured to him in her soft tones: "You could write a series of charming articles." Forestier took advantage of the situation to say to M. Walter: "My dear sir, I spoke to you a short while since of M. Georges Duroy, and asked you to permit me to include him on the staff of political reporters. Since Marambot has left us, I have had no one to take urgent and confidential reports, and the paper is suffering by it." M. Walter put on his spectacles in order to examine Duroy. Then he said: "I am convinced that M. Duroy is original, and if he will call upon me to morrow at 3 o'clock, we will arrange matters." After a pause, turning to the young man, he said: "You may write us a short sketch on Algeria, M. Duroy. Simply relate your experiences. I am sure they will interest our readers, but you must do it quickly." Mme. Walter added with her customary serious grace: "You will have a charming title, 'Souvenirs of a Soldier in Africa.' Will he not, Monsieur Norbert?" The old poet, who had attained renown late in life, disliked and mistrusted newcomers. He replied dryly: "Yes, excellent, provided that it is written in the right key, for there lies the great difficulty." Mme. Forestier cast upon Duroy a protecting and smiling glance which seemed to say: "You shall succeed." The servant filled the glasses with wine, and Forestier proposed the toast: "To the long prosperity of la vie Francaise." Duroy felt superhuman strength within him, infinite hope, and invincible resolution. He was at his ease now among these people. His eyes rested upon their faces with renewed assurance, and for the first time he ventured to address his neighbor. "You have the most beautiful earrings I have ever seen." She turned towards him with a smile. "It is a fancy of mine to wear diamonds like this simply on a thread." He murmured in reply, trembling at his audacity: "It is charming, but the ear increases the beauty of the ornament." She thanked him with a glance. As he turned his head, he met Mme. Forestier's eyes, in which he fancied he saw a mingled expression of gaiety, malice, and encouragement. All the men were talking at the same time; their discussion was animated. When the party left the dining room, Duroy offered his arm to the little girl. She thanked him gravely, and stood upon tiptoe in order to lay her hand upon his arm. Upon entering the drawing room, the young man carefully surveyed it. It was not a large room, but there were no bright colors, and one felt at ease. It was restful. The walls were draped with violet hangings, covered with tiny embroidered flowers of yellow silk. The portieres were of a grayish blue, and the chairs were of all shapes, of all sizes. Scattered about the room were couches and large and small easy chairs, all covered with Louis XVI brocade, or Utrecht velvet, a cream colored ground with garnet flowers. "Do you take coffee, Monsieur Duroy?" Mme. Forestier offered him a cup with the smile that was always on her lips. "Yes, Madame, thank you." He took the cup, and as he did so, the young woman whispered to him: "Pay Mme. Walter some attention." Then she vanished before he could reply. First he drank his coffee, which he feared he should let fall upon the carpet. Then he sought a pretext for approaching the manager's wife and commencing a conversation. Suddenly he perceived that she held an empty cup in her hand, and as she was not near a table, she did not know where to put it. He rushed toward her. "Allow me, Madame." "Thank you, sir." He took away the cup and returned. "If you but knew, Madame, what pleasant moments La Vie Francaise afforded me when I was in the desert. It is indeed the only paper one cares to read outside of France. It contains everything." She smiled with amiable indifference as she replied: "Monsieur Walter had a great deal of trouble in producing the kind of journal which was required." They talked of Paris, the suburbs, the Seine, the delights of summer, of everything they could think of. Finally, M. Norbert de Varenne advanced, a glass of liqueur in his hand, and Duroy discreetly withdrew. Mme. de Marelle, who was chatting with her hostess, called him. "So, sir," she said bluntly, "you are going to try journalism?" That question led to a renewal of the interrupted conversation with Mme. Walter. In her turn, Mme. de Marelle related anecdotes, and becoming familiar, laid her hand upon Duroy's arm. He felt that he would like to devote himself to her, to protect her, and the slowness with which he replied to her questions indicated his preoccupation. Suddenly, without any cause, Mme. de Marelle called: "Laurine!" and the girl came to her. "Sit down here, my child. You will be cold near the window." Duroy was seized with an eager desire to embrace the child, as if part of that embrace would revert to the mother. He asked in a gallant yet paternal tone: "Will you permit me to kiss you, mademoiselle?" The child raised her eyes with an air of surprise. Mme. de Marelle said with a smile: "Reply." "I will allow you to day, monsieur, but not all the time." Seating himself, Duroy took Laurine on his knee and kissed her lips and her fine wavy hair. Her mother was surprised. "Well, that is strange. Ordinarily she only allows ladies to caress her. You are irresistible, monsieur." Duroy colored, but did not reply. When Mme. Forestier joined them, a cry of astonishment escaped her. "Well, Laurine has become sociable. What a miracle!" The young man rose to take his leave, fearing he might spoil his conquest by some awkward word. He bowed to the ladies, clasped and gently pressed their hands, and then shook hands with the men. He observed that Jacques Rival's was dry and warm and responded cordially to his pressure. Norbert de Varenne's was moist and cold and slipped through his fingers. Walter's was cold and soft, without life, expressionless. Forestier's fat and warm. His friend whispered to him: "To-morrow at 3 o'clock. Do not forget." "Never fear." When he reached the staircase, he felt like running down, his joy was so great. He went down 2 steps at a time, but suddenly on the second floor, in the large mirror, he saw a gentleman hurrying on, and he slackened his pace, as much ashamed as if he had been surprised in a crime. He surveyed himself some time with a complacent smile, then taking leave of his image, he bowed low, ceremoniously, as if saluting some grand personage. End of chapter 2. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 3 of Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 3. First Attempts. When Georges Duroy reached the street, he hesitated as to what he should do. He felt inclined to stroll along, dreaming of the future and inhaling the soft night air. But the thought of the series of articles ordered by M. Walter occurred to him, and he decided to return home at once and begin work. He walked rapidly along until he came to Rue Boursault. The tenement in which he lived was occupied by 20 families. families of working men, and as he mounted the staircase, he experienced a sensation of disgust and a desire to live as wealthy men do. Duroy's room was on the fifth floor. He entered it, opened his window and looked out. The view was anything but prepossessing. He turned away, thinking, "This won't do, I must go to work." So he placed his light upon the table and began to write. He dipped his pen into the ink and wrote at the head of his paper in a bold hand: "Souvenirs of a soldier in Africa." Then he cast about for the first phrase. He rested his head upon his hand and stared at the blank sheet before him. What should he say? Suddenly he thought, "I must begin with my departure." And he wrote: "In 1874, about the 15th of May, when exhausted France was recruiting after the catastrophe of the terrible years." Here he stopped short, not knowing how to introduce his subject. After a few minutes' reflection, he decided to lay aside that page until the following day and to write a description of Algiers. He began: "Algiers is a very clean city." But he could not continue. After an effort, he added: "It is inhabited partly by Arabs." Then he threw his pen upon the table and arose. He glanced around his miserable room. Mentally he rebelled against his poverty and resolved to leave the next day. Suddenly the desire to work came on him, and he tried to begin the article again. He had vague ideas of what he wanted to say, but he could not express his thoughts in words. Convinced of his inability, he arose once more, his blood coursing rapidly through his veins. He turned to the window just as the train was coming out of the tunnel, and his thoughts reverted to his parents. He saw their tiny home on the heights overlooking Rouen and the valley of the Seine. His father and mother kept an inn, La Belle Vue, at which the citizens of the faubourgs took their lunches on Sundays. They had wished to make a gentleman of their son, and had sent him to college. His studies completed, he had entered the army with the intention of becoming an officer, a colonel or a general. But becoming disgusted with military life, he determined to try his fortune in Paris. When his time of service had expired, he went thither, with what results we have seen. He awoke from his reflections as the locomotive whistled shrilly, closed his window and began to disrobe, muttering: "Pah, I shall be able to work better tomorrow morning. My brain is not clear tonight. I have drunk a little too much. I can't work well under such circumstances." He extinguished his light and fell asleep. He awoke early, and rising, opened his window to inhale the fresh air. In a few moments he seated himself at his table, dipped his pen in the ink, rested his head upon his hand, and thought. But in vain. However, he was not discouraged, but in thought reassured himself. "Bah, I am not accustomed to it. It is a profession that must be learned, like all professions. Someone must help me the first time. I'll go to Forestier. He'll start my article for me in 10 minutes." When he reached the street, Duroy decided that it was rather early to present himself at his friend's house, so he strolled along under the trees on one of the boulevards for a time. On arriving at Forestier's door, he found his friend going out. "You here at this hour? Can I do anything for you?" Duroy stammered in confusion. I cannot write that article on Algeria that Monsieur Walter wants. It is not very surprising, seeing that I have never written anything. It requires practice. I could write very rapidly, I'm sure, if I could make a beginning. I have the ideas, but I cannot express them." He paused and hesitated. Forestier smiled maliciously. "I understand that." Duroy continued: "Yes, anyone is liable to have that trouble at the beginning, and well, I have come to ask you to help me. In 10 minutes you can set me right. You can give me a lesson in style. Without you I can do nothing." The other smiled gaily. He patted his companion's arm and said to him: "Go to my wife. She will help you better than I can. I have trained her for that work. I have not time this morning, or I would do it willingly." But Duroy hesitated. "At this hour I cannot inquire for her." "Oh, yes, you can. She has risen. You will find her in my study." "I will go, but I shall tell her you sent me." Forestier walked away, and Duroy slowly ascended the stairs, wondering what he should say and what kind of a reception he would receive. The servant who opened the door said: "Monsieur has gone out." Duroy replied: "Ask Mme. Forestier if she will see me, and tell her that Monsieur Forestier, whom I met on the street, sent me." The lackey soon returned and ushered Duroy into Madame's presence. She was seated at a table and extended her hand to him. "So soon?" said she. It was not a reproach, but a simple question. He stammered: "I did not want to come up, Madame, but your husband, whom I met below, insisted. I dare scarcely tell you my errand. I worked late last night and early this morning to write the article on Algeria which Monsieur Walter wants, and I did not succeed. I destroyed all my attempts. I am not accustomed to the work, and I came to ask Forestier to assist me this once." She interrupted with a laugh: "And he sent you to me?" "Yes, Madame. He said you could help me better than he, but I dared not, I did not like to." She rose. "It will be delightful to work together that way. I am charmed with your idea. Wait, take my chair, for they know my handwriting on the paper. We will write a successful article." She took a cigarette from the mantelpiece and lighted it. "I cannot work without smoking," she said. "What are you going to say?" He looked at her in astonishment. "I do not know. I came here to find that out." She replied: "I will manage it all right. I will make the sauce, but I must have the dish." She questioned him in detail and finally said: "Now, We will begin. First of all, we will suppose that you are addressing a friend, which will allow us scope for remarks of all kinds. Begin this way: 'My dear Henry, you wish to know something about Algeria. You shall.'" Then followed a brilliantly worded description of Algeria and of the port of Algiers, an excursion to the province of Oran, a visit to Saida, and an adventure with a pretty Spanish maid employed in a factory. When the article was concluded, he could find no words of thanks. He was happy to be near her, grateful for and delighted with their growing intimacy. It seemed to him that everything about him was a part of her, even to the books upon the shelves. The chairs, the furniture, the air, all were permeated with that delightful fragrance peculiar to her. She asked bluntly: "What do you think of my friend, Mme. de Marelle?" "I think her very fascinating," he said, and he would have liked to add, "but not as much so as you." He had not the courage to do so. She continued: "If you only knew how comical, original, and intelligent she is! She is a true Bohemian. It is for that reason that her husband no longer loves her. He only sees her defects and none of her good qualities." Duroy was surprised to hear that Mme. de Marelle was married. "What?" he asked. "Is she married? What does her husband do?" Mme. Forestier shrugged her shoulders. "Oh, he is superintendent of a railroad. He is in Paris a week out of each month. His wife calls it Holy Week, or the week of duty. When you get better acquainted with her, you will see how witty she is. Come here and see her some day." As she spoke, the door opened noiselessly, and a gentleman entered unannounced. He halted on seeing a man. For a moment Mme. Forestier seemed confused. Then she said in a natural voice, though her cheeks were tinged with a blush: "Come in, my dear sir. Allow me to present to you an old comrade of Charles, Monsieur Georges Duroy, a future journalist." Then in a different tone she said: "Our best and dearest friend, Count de Vaudrec." The two men bowed, gazed into one another's eyes, and then Duroy took his leave. Neither tried to detain him. On reaching the street, he felt sad and uncomfortable. Count de Vaudrec's face was constantly before him. It seemed to him that the man was displeased at finding him tete a tete with Mme. Forestier, though why he should be, he could not divine. To while away the time until 3 o'clock, he lunched at Duval's, and then lounged along the boulevard. When the clock chimed the hour of his appointment, he climbed the stairs leading to the office of La Vie Francaise. Duroy asked: "Is M. Walter in?" "M. Walter is engaged," was the reply. "Will you please take a seat?" Duroy waited 20 minutes. Then he turned to the clerk and said: "M. Walter had an appointment with me at 3 o'clock. At any rate, see if my friend M. Forestier is here." He was conducted along a corridor and ushered into a large room in which 4 men were writing at a table. Forestier was standing before the fireplace, smoking a cigarette. After listening to Duroy's story, he said: "Come with me. I will take you to M. Walter, or else you might remain here until 7 o'clock." They entered the manager's room. Norbert de Varenne was writing an article, seated in an easy chair. Jacques Rival, stretched upon a divan, was smoking a cigar. The room had the peculiar odor familiar to all journalists. When they approached M. Walter, Forestier said: "Here is my friend Duroy." The manager looked keenly at the young man and asked: "Have you brought my article?" Duroy drew the sheets of manuscript from his pocket. "Here they are, monsieur." The manager seemed delighted and said with a smile: "Very good. You are a man of your word. Need I look over it, Forestier?" But Forestier hastened to reply: "It is not necessary, M. Walter. I helped him in order to initiate him into the profession. It is very good." Then bending towards him, he whispered: "You know you promised to engage Duroy to replace Marambot. Will you allow me to retain him on the same terms?" "Certainly." Taking his friend's arm, the journalist drew him away, while M. Walter returned to the game of écarté he had been engaged in when they entered. Forestier and Duroy returned to the room in which Georges had found his friend. The latter said to his new reporter: "You must come here every day at 3 o'clock, and I will tell you what places to go to. First of all, I shall give you a letter of introduction to the chief of the police, who will in turn introduce you to one of his employees. You can arrange with him for all important news, official and semi official. For details you can apply to Saint Potin, who is posted. You will see him to morrow. Above all, you must learn to make your way everywhere, in spite of closed doors. You will receive 200 francs a month, 2 sous a line for original matter, and 2 sous a line for articles you are ordered to write on different subjects." "What shall I do to day?" asked Duroy. "I have no work for you to day. You can go if you wish to." "And our article?" "Oh, do not worry about it. I will correct the proofs. Do the rest to morrow, and come here at 3 o'clock as you did to day." And after shaking hands, Duroy descended the staircase with a light heart. Chapter 4 of Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 4. Duroy learns something. Georges Duroy did not sleep well, so anxious was he to see his article in print. He rose at daybreak and was on the street long before the newsboys. When he secured a paper and saw his name at the end of a column in large letters, he became very much excited. He felt inclined to enact the part of a newsboy and cry out to the hurrying throng: "Buy this, it contains an article by me." He strolled along to a cafe and seated himself in order to read the article through. That done, he decided to go to the railroad office, draw his salary, and hand in his resignation. With great pomposity, he informed the chief clerk that he was on the staff of La Vie Francaise, and by that means was avenged for many petty insults which had been offered him. He then had some cards written, with his new calling beneath his name, made several purchases, and repaired to the office of La Vie Francaise. Forestier received him loftily, as one would an inferior. "Ah, here you are! Very well, I have several things for you to do. Just wait 10 minutes till I finish this work." He continued writing. At the other end of the table sat a short, pale man, very stout and bald. Forestier asked him, when his letter was completed: "Saint Potin, at what time shall you interview those people?" "At 4 o'clock." "Take Duroy, who is here, with you, and initiate him into the business." "Very well." Then turning to his friend, Forestier added: "Have you brought the other paper on Algeria? The article this morning was very successful." Duroy stammered: "No, I thought I should have time this afternoon. I had so much to do, I could not." The other shrugged his shoulders. "If you are not more careful, you will spoil your future. M. Walter counted on your copy. I will tell him it will be ready to morrow. If you think you will be paid for doing nothing, you are mistaken." After a pause, he added: "You should strike while the iron is hot." Saint Potin rose. "I am ready," said he. Forestier turned around in his chair and said to Duroy: "Listen. The Chinese general, Li Teng Fao, stopping at the Continental, and Raja Taposaib Ramaderao Pali, stopping at Hotel Bishop, have been in Paris 2 days. You must interview them." Addressing Saint Potin, he said: "Do not forget the principal points I indicated to you. Ask the general and the Raja their opinions on the dealings of England in the extreme East, their ideas of their system of colonization and government, their hopes relative to the intervention of Europe and of France in particular." To Duroy he said: "Observe what Saint Potin says. He is an excellent reporter, and try to learn how to draw out a man in 5 minutes." Then he resumed his work. The two men walked down the boulevard together, while Saint Potin gave Duroy a sketch of all the officials connected with the paper, sparing no one in his criticism. When he mentioned Forestier, he said: "As for him, he was fortunate in marrying his wife." Duroy asked: "What about his wife?" Saint Potin rubbed his hands. "Oh, she is beloved by an old fellow named Vaudrec. He dotes upon her." Duroy felt as if he would like to box Saint Potin's ears. To change the subject, he said: "It seems to me that it is late and we have 2 noble lords to call upon." Saint Potin laughed. "You are very innocent. Do you think that I am going to interview that Chinese and that Indian? As if I did not know better than they do what they should think to please the readers of La Vie Francaise. I have interviewed 500 Chinese, Prussians, Hindoos, Chilians, and Japanese. They all say the same thing. I need only copy my article on the last comer, word for word, changing the heading, names, titles, and ages. In that there must be no error, or I shall be hauled over the coals by the Figaro or Gaulois. But on that subject the porter of the hotels will post me in 5 minutes. We will smoke our cigars and stroll in that direction. Total 100 sous for cab fare. That is the way, my dear fellow. When they arrived at the Madeleine, Saint Potin said to his companion: "If you have anything to do, I do not need you." Duroy shook hands with him and walked away. The thought of the article he had to write that evening haunted him. Mentally he collected the material as he wended his way to the cafe at which he dined. Then he returned home and seated himself at his table to work. Before his eyes was the sheet of blank paper, but all the material he had amassed had escaped him. After trying for an hour, and after filling 5 pages with sentences which had no connection one with the other, he said: "I am not yet familiar with the work. I must take another lesson." At 10 o'clock the following morning he rang the bell at his friend's house. The servant who opened the door said: "Monsieur is busy." Duroy had not expected to find Forestier at home. However, he said: "Tell him it is M. Duroy on important business." In the course of 5 minutes he was ushered into the room in which he had spent so happy a morning. In the place Mme. Forestier had occupied, her husband was seated writing, while Mme. Forestier stood by the mantelpiece and dictated to him, a cigarette between her lips. Duroy paused upon the threshold and murmured: "I beg your pardon, I am interrupting you." His friend growled angrily: "What do you want again? Make haste, we are busy." Georges stammered: "It is nothing." But Forestier persisted: "Come, we are losing time. You did not force your way into the house for the pleasure of bidding us good morning." Duroy, in confusion, replied: "No, it is this. I cannot complete my article, and you were so kind the last time, that I hoped, that I dared to come." Forestier interrupted with: "So you think I will do your work, and that you have only to take the money? Well, that is fine." His wife smoked on without interfering. Duroy hesitated: "Excuse me, I believed, I thought." Then in a clear voice he said: "I beg 1,000 pardons, madame, and thank you very much for the charming article you wrote for me yesterday." Then he bowed and said to Charles: "I will be at the office at 3 o'clock." He returned home saying to himself: "Very well, I will write it alone and they shall see." Scarcely had he entered than he began to write, anger spurring him on. In an hour he had finished an article, which was a chaos of absurd matter, and took it boldly to the office. Duroy handed Forestier his manuscript. Here is the rest of Algeria." "Very well, I will hand it to the manager. That will do." When Duroy and Saint Potin, who had some political information to look up, were in the hall, the latter asked: "Have you been to the cashier's room?" "No, why?" "Why? To get your pay. You should always get your salary a month in advance. One cannot tell what might happen. I will introduce you to the cashier." Duroy drew his 200 francs, together with 28 francs for his article of the preceding day, which, in addition to what remained to him of his salary from the railroad office, left him 340 francs. He had never had so much, and he thought himself rich for an indefinite time. Saint Potin took him to the offices of 4 or 5 rival papers, hoping that the news he had been commissioned to obtain had been already received by them, and that he could obtain it by means of his diplomacy. When evening came, Duroy, who had nothing more to do, turned toward the Folies Bergeres, and walking up to the office, he said: "My name is Georges Duroy. I am on the staff of 'La Vie Francaise.' I was here the other night with M. Forestier, who promised to get me a pass. I do not know if he remembered it." The register was consulted, but his name was not inscribed upon it. However, the cashier, a very affable man, said to him: "Come in, M. Duroy, and speak to the manager yourself. He will see that everything is all right." He entered and almost at once came upon Rachel, the woman he had seen there before. She approached him. "Good evening, my dear. Are you well?" "Very well. How are you?" "I am not ill. I have dreamed of you twice since the other night." Duroy smiled. "What does that mean?" "That means that I like you." She raised her eyes to the young man's face, took his arm, and leaning upon it, said: "Let us drink a glass of wine and then take a walk. I should like to go to the opera like this, with you, to show you off." At daybreak he again sallied forth to obtain a Vie Francaise. He opened the paper feverishly. His article was not there. On entering the office several hours later, he said to M. Walter: "I was very much surprised this morning not to see my second article on Algeria." The manager raised his head and said sharply: "I gave it to your friend Forestier and asked him to read it. He was dissatisfied with it. It will have to be done over." Without a word Duroy left the room, and entering his friend's office, brusquely asked: "Why did not my article appear this morning?" The journalist, who was smoking a cigar, said calmly: "The manager did not consider it good, and bade me return it to you to be revised. There it is." Duroy revised it several times, only to have it rejected. He said nothing more of his souvenirs, but gave his whole attention to reporting. He became acquainted behind the scenes at the theaters, and in the halls and corridors of the Chamber of Deputies. He knew all the cabinet ministers, generals, police agents, princes, ambassadors, men of the world, Greeks, cabmen, waiters at cafes, and many others. In short, he soon became a remarkable reporter, of great value to the paper. So M. Walter said. But as he only received 10 centimes a line, in addition to his fixed salary of 200 francs, and as his expenses were large, he never had a sou. When he saw certain of his associates with their pockets full of money, he wondered what secret means they employed in order to obtain it. He determined to penetrate that mystery, to enter into the association, to obtrude himself upon his comrades, and make them share with him. Often at evening, as he watched the trains pass his window, he dreamed of the conduct he might pursue. End of chapter 4. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 5, Part 1 of Bel Ami, or The History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel Ami, or The History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 5. The First Intrigue. Part 1. 2 months elapsed. It was September. The fortune which Duroy had hoped to make so rapidly seemed to him slow in coming. Above all, he was dissatisfied with the mediocrity of his position. He was appreciated, but was treated according to his rank. Forestier himself no longer invited him to dinner, and treated him as an inferior. Often he had thought of making Madame Forestier a visit, but the remembrance of their last meeting restrained him. Madame de Marelle had invited him to call, saying, "I am always at home about 3 o'clock." So one afternoon, when he had nothing to do, he proceeded toward her house. She lived on Rue Verneuil, on the 4th floor. A maid answered his summons and said: "Yes, Madame is at home, but I do not know whether she has risen." She conducted Duroy into the drawing room, which was large, poorly furnished, and somewhat untidy. The shabby, threadbare chairs were ranged along the walls according to the servant's fancy, for there was not a trace visible of the care of a woman who loves her home. Duroy took a seat and waited some time. Then a door opened and Mme. de Marelle entered hastily, clad in a Japanese dressing gown. She exclaimed: "How kind of you to come to see me! I was positive you had forgotten me." She held out her hand to him with a gesture of delight, and Duroy, quite at his ease in that shabby apartment, kissed it as he had seen Norbert de Varenne do. Examining him from head to foot, she cried: "How you have changed! Well, tell me the news." They began to chat at once as if they were old acquaintances, and in 5 minutes an intimacy, a mutual understanding was established between those two beings alike in character and kind. Suddenly the young woman said in surprise: "It is astonishing how I feel with you. It seems to me as if I had known you 10 years. We shall undoubtedly become good friends. Would that please you?" He replied: "Certainly. with a smile more expressive than words. He thought her very bewitching in her pretty gown. When near Mme. Forestier, whose impassive, gracious smile attracted, yet held at a distance, and seemed to say, "I like you, yet take care," he felt a desire to cast himself at her feet, or to kiss the hem of her garment. When near Mme. de Marelle, he felt a more passionate desire. A gentle rap came at the door through which Mme. de Marelle had entered, and she cried: "You may come in, my darling." The child entered, advanced to Duroy, and offered him her hand. The astonished mother murmured: "That is a conquest." The young man, having kissed the child, seated her by his side, and with a serious air questioned her as to what she had done since they last met. She replied in a flute like voice and with the manner of a woman. The clock struck 3. The journalist rose. "Come often," said Mme. de Marelle. "It has been a pleasant causerie. I shall always be glad to welcome you. Why do I never meet you at the Forestiers?" "For no particular reason. I am very busy. I hope, however, that we shall meet there one of these days." In the course of a few days, he paid another visit to the enchantress. The maid ushered him into the drawing room, and Laurine soon entered. She offered him not her hand, but her forehead, and said: "Mamma wishes me to ask you to wait for her for about 15 minutes, for she is not dressed. I will keep you company." Duroy, who was amused at the child's ceremonious manner, replied: "Indeed, mademoiselle, I shall be enchanted to spend a quarter of an hour with you." When the mother entered, they were in the midst of an exciting game, and Mme. de Marelle paused in amazement, crying: "Laurine playing! You are a sorcerer, sir." He placed the child, whom he had caught in his arms, upon the floor, kissed the lady's hand, and they seated themselves, the child between them. They tried to converse, but Laurine, usually so silent, monopolized the conversation, and her mother was compelled to send her to her room. When they were alone, Mme. de Marelle lowered her voice and said: "I have a great project. It is this: as I dine every week at the Forestiers, I return it from time to time by inviting them to a restaurant. I do not like to have company at home. I am not so situated that I can have any. I know nothing about housekeeping or cooking. I prefer a life free from care. Therefore I invite them to the cafe occasionally. But it is not lively when we are only 3. I am telling you this in order to explain such an informal gathering. I should like you to be present at our Saturdays at the Cafe Riche at 7:30. Do you know the house?" Duroy accepted gladly. He left her in a transport of delight and impatiently awaited the day of the dinner. He was the first to arrive at the place appointed, and was shown into a small private room in which the table was laid for 4. That table looked very inviting with its colored glasses, silver, and candelabra. Duroy seated himself upon a low bench. Forestier entered and shook hands with him with a cordiality he never evinced at the office. "The 2 ladies will come together," said he. These dinners are truly delightful." Very soon the door opened and Mesdames Forestier and de Marelle appeared, heavily veiled, surrounded by the charming mystery necessary to a rendezvous in a place so public. As Duroy greeted the former, she took him to task for not having been to see her. Then she added with a smile: "Ah, you prefer Mme. de Marelle. The time passes more pleasantly with her." When the waiter handed the wine list to Forestier, Mme. de Marelle exclaimed: "Bring the gentlemen whatever they want. As for us, we want nothing but champagne." Forestier, who seemed not to have heard her, asked: "Do you object to my closing the window? My cough has troubled me for several days." "Not at all." His wife did not speak. The various courses were duly served, and then the guests began to chat. They discussed a scandal which was being circulated about a society belle. Forestier was very much amused by it. Duroy said with a smile: "How many would abandon themselves to a caprice, a dream of love, if they did not fear that they would pay for a brief happiness with tears and an irremediable scandal?" Both women glanced at him approvingly. Forestier cried with a skeptical laugh: "The poor husbands!" Then they talked of love. Duroy said: "When I love a woman, everything else in the world is forgotten." Mme. Forestier murmured: "There is no happiness comparable to that first clasp of the hand, when one asks, 'Do you love me?' and the other replies, 'Yes, I love you.'" Mme. de Marelle cried gaily as she drank a glass of champagne: "I am less platonic." Forestier, lying upon the couch, said in a serious tone: "That frankness does you honor and proves you to be a practical woman. But might one ask, what is M. de Marelle's opinion?" She shrugged her shoulders disdainfully and said: "M. de Marelle has no opinion on that subject." The conversation grew slow. Mme. de Marelle seemed to offer provocation by her remarks, while Mme. Forestier's charming reserve, the modesty in her voice, in her smile, all seemed to extenuate the bold sallies which issued from her lips. The dessert came, and then followed the coffee. The hostess and her guests lighted cigarettes, but Forestier suddenly began to cough. When the attack was over, he growled angrily: "These parties are not good for me. They are stupid. Let us go home." Mme. de Marelle summoned the waiter and asked for her bill. She tried to read it, but the figures danced before her eyes. She handed the paper to Duroy. "Here, pay it for me. I cannot see." At the same time she put her purse in his hand. The total was 130 francs. Duroy glanced at the bill, and when it was settled, whispered: "How much shall I give the waiter?" "Whatever you like, I do not know." He laid 5 francs upon the plate and handed the purse to its owner, saying: "Shall I escort you home?" "Certainly. I am unable to find the house." They shook hands with the Forestiers and were soon rolling along in a cab side by side. Duroy could think of nothing to say. He felt impelled to clasp her in his arms. If I should dare, what would she do? Thought he. The recollection of their conversation at dinner emboldened, but the fear of scandal restrained him. Mme. de Marelle reclined silently in her corner. He would have thought her asleep, had he not seen her eyes glisten whenever a ray of light penetrated the dark recesses of the carriage. Of what was she thinking? Suddenly she moved her foot nervously, impatiently. That movement caused him to tremble, and turning quickly, he cast himself upon her, seeking her lips with his. She uttered a cry, attempted to repulse him, and then yielded to his caresses as if she had not the strength to resist. The carriage stopped at her door, but she did not rise. She did not move, stunned by what had just taken place. Fearing that the cabman would mistrust something, Duroy alighted from the cab first and offered his hand to the young woman. Finally she got out, but in silence. Georges rang the bell, and when the door was opened, he asked timidly: "When shall I see you again?" She whispered so low that he could barely hear her: "Come and lunch with me to morrow." With those words she disappeared. Duroy gave the cabman a 5-franc piece and turned away with a triumphant, joyful air. He had at last conquered a married woman, a woman of the world, a Parisian. How easy it had been! End of chapter 5, part 1. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 5, part 2 of Bel-Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel-Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 5. The First Intrigue, Part 2. He was somewhat nervous the following day as he ascended Mme. de Marelle's staircase. How would she receive him? Suppose she forbade him to enter her house? If she had told, but no, she could not tell anything without telling the whole truth. He was master of the situation. The little maidservant opened the door. She was as pleasant as usual. Duroy felt reassured and asked: "Is Madame well?" "Yes, sir, as well as she always is," was the reply, and he was ushered into the salon. He walked to the mantelpiece to see what kind of an appearance he presented. He was readjusting his cravat when he saw in the mirror the young woman standing on the threshold looking at him. He pretended not to have seen her, and for several moments they gazed at one another in the mirror. Then he turned. She had not moved. She seemed to be waiting. He rushed towards her, crying: "How I love you!" He clasped her to his breast. He thought: "It is easier than I thought it would be. all is well." He looked at her with a smile, without uttering a word, trying to put into his glance a wealth of love. She too smiled and murmured: "We are alone. I sent Laurine to lunch with a friend." He sighed, and kissing her wrists, said: "Thanks, I adore you." She took his arm as if he had been her husband, and led him to a couch upon which they seated themselves side by side. Duroy stammered incoherently: "You do not care for me." She laid her hand upon his lips. "Be silent." "How I love you!" said he. She repeated: "Be silent." They could hear the servant laying the table in the dining room. He rose. "I cannot sit so near you, I shall lose my head." The door opened. "Madame is served." He offered her his arm gravely. They lunched without knowing what they were eating. The servant came and went without seeming to notice anything. When the meal was finished, they returned to the drawing room and resumed their seats on the couch side by side. Gradually he drew nearer her and tried to embrace her. "Be careful, someone might come in." He whispered: "When can I see you alone to tell you how I love you?" She leaned towards him and said softly: "I will pay you a visit one of these days." He colored. "My rooms are very modest." She smiled. "That makes no difference. I shall come to see you and not your rooms." He urged her to tell him when she would come. She fixed a day in the following week, while he besought her with glowing eyes to hasten the day. She was amused to see him implore so ardently, and yielded a day at a time. He repeated: "To morrow, say to morrow." Finally she consented: "Yes, to morrow at 5 o'clock." He drew a deep breath. Then they chatted together as calmly as if they had known one another for 20 years. A ring caused them to start. They separated. She murmured: "It is Laurine." The child entered, paused in surprise, then ran towards Duroy, clapping her hands, delighted to see him, and crying: "Ah, Bel Ami!" Mme. de Marelle laughed. "Bel Ami! Laurine has christened you. It is a pretty name. I shall call you Bel Ami too." He took the child upon his knee. At 20 minutes of 3 he rose to go to the office. At the half open door he whispered: "To morrow, 5 o'clock." The young woman replied: "Yes," with a smile, and disappeared. After he had finished his journalistic work, he tried to render his apartments more fit to receive his expected visitor. He was well satisfied with the results of his efforts, and retired, lulled to rest by the whistling of the trains. Early the next morning he bought a cake and a bottle of Madeira. He spread the collation on his dressing table, which was covered with a napkin. Then he waited. She came at 5:15 and exclaimed as she entered: "Why, it is nice here! But there were a great many people on the stairs." He took her in his arms and kissed her hair. An hour and a half later, he escorted her to a cab stand on the Rue de Rome. When she was seated in the cab, he whispered: "Tuesday at the same hour." She repeated his words, and as it was night, she kissed him. Then as the cabman started up his horse, she cried: "Adieu, bel ami," and the old coupe rumbled off. For 3 weeks Duroy received Mme. de Marelle every 2 or 3 days, sometimes in the morning, sometimes in the evening. As he was awaiting her one afternoon, a noise on the staircase drew him to his door. A child screamed. A man's angry voice cried: "What is the brat howling about?" A woman's voice replied: "Nicolas has been tripped up on the landing place by the journalist's sweetheart." Duroy retreated, for he heard the rustling of skirts. Soon there was a knock at his door, which he opened, and Mme. de Marelle rushed in crying: "Did you hear?" Georges feigned ignorance of the matter. "No, what?" "How they insulted me." "Who?" "Those miserable people below." "Why, no, what is it? Tell me." She sobbed and could not speak. He was forced to place her upon his bed and to lay a damp cloth upon her temples. When she grew calmer, anger succeeded her agitation. She wanted Duroy to go downstairs at once, to fight them, to kill them. He replied: "They are working people. Just think, it would be necessary to go to court, where you would be recognized. One must not compromise oneself with such people." She said: "What shall we do? I cannot come here again." He replied: "That is very simple. I will move." She murmured: "Yes, but that will take some time." Suddenly she said: "Listen to me. I have found a means. Do not worry about it. I will send you a little blue to morrow morning." She called a telegram a little blue. She smiled with delight at her plans, which she would not reveal. She was, however, very much affected as she descended the staircase, and leaned with all her strength upon her lover's arm. They met no one. He was still in bed the following morning when the promised telegram was handed him. Duroy opened it and read: "Come at 5 o'clock to Rue de Constantinople, number 127. Ask for the room rented by Madame Duroy. Clos." At 5 o'clock precisely he entered a large furnished house and asked the janitor: "Has Madame Duroy hired a room here?" "Yes, sir." "Will you show it to me, if you please?" The man, accustomed no doubt to situations in which it was necessary to be prudent, looked him straight in the eyes. Then selecting a key, he asked: "Are you M. Duroy?" "Certainly." He opened a small suite comprising 2 rooms on the ground floor. Duroy thought uneasily: "This will cost a fortune. I shall have to run into debt. She has done a very foolish thing." The door opened and Clotilde rushed in. She was enchanted. "Is it not fine? There are no stairs to climb. It is on the ground floor. One could come and go through the window without the porter seeing one." He embraced her nervously, not daring to ask the question that hovered upon his lips. She had placed a large package on the stand in the center of the room. Opening it, she took out a tablet of soap, a bottle of Lubin's extract, a sponge, a box of hairpins, a buttonhook, and curling tongs. Then she amused herself by finding places in which to put them. She talked incessantly as she opened the drawers. "I must bring some linen in order to have a change. We shall each have a key, besides the one at the lodge, in case we should forget ours. I rented the apartments for 3 months, in your name, of course, for I could not give mine." Then he asked: "Will you tell me when to pay?" She replied simply: "It is paid, my dear." He made a pretense of being angry. "I cannot permit that." She laid her hand upon his shoulder and said in a supplicatory tone: "Georges, it will give me pleasure to have the nest mine. Say that you do not care, dear Georges." And he yielded. When she had left him, he murmured: "She is kind-hearted anyway." Several days later, he received a telegram which read: "My husband is coming home this evening. We shall therefore not meet for a week. What a bore, my dearest. Your Clo." Duroy was startled. He had not realized the fact that Mme. de Marelle was married. He impatiently awaited her husband's departure. One morning he received the following telegram: "5 o'clock, Clo." When they met, she rushed into his arms, kissed him passionately, and asked: "After a while, will you take me to dine?" "Certainly, my darling, wherever you wish to go." "I should like to go to some restaurant frequented by the working classes." They repaired to a wine merchant's where meals were also served. Clotilde's entrance caused a sensation on account of the elegance of her dress. They partook of a ragout of mutton and left that place to enter a ballroom, in which she pressed more closely to his side. In 15 minutes her curiosity was satisfied, and he conducted her home. Then followed a series of visits to all sorts of places of amusement. Duroy soon began to tire of these expeditions, for he had exhausted all his resources and all means of obtaining money. In addition to that, he owed Forestier 100 francs, Jacques Rival 300, and he was hampered with innumerable petty debts ranging from 20 francs to 100 sous. End of chapter 5, part 2. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 5, part 3 of Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 5. The First Intrigue, part 3. On the 14th of December, he was left without a sou in his pocket. As he had often done before, he did not lunch, and spent the afternoon working at the office. At 4 o'clock he received a telegram from Mme. de Marelle saying: Shall we dine together and afterward have a frolic?" He replied at once: "Impossible to dine." Then he added: "But I will expect you at our apartments at 9 o'clock." Having sent a boy with the note in order to save the money for a telegram, he tried to think of some way by which he could obtain his evening meal. He waited until all of his associates had gone, and when he was alone, he rang for the porter, put his hand in his pocket and said: "Foucard, I have left my purse at home, and I have to dine at the Luxembourg. Lend me 50 sous to pay for my cab." The man handed him 3 francs and asked: "Is that enough?" "Yes, thank you." Taking the coins, Duroy rushed down the staircase and dined at a cook shop. At 9 o'clock, Mme. de Marelle, whom he awaited in the tiny salon, arrived. She wished to take a walk and he objected. His opposition irritated her. "I shall go alone, then. Adieu." Seeing that the situation was becoming grave, he seized her hands and kissed them, saying: "Pardon me, darling. I am nervous and out of sorts this evening. I have been annoyed by business matters." Somewhat appeased, but still vexed, she replied: "That does not concern me. I will not be the butt for your ill humor." He clasped her in his arms and murmured his apologies. Still she persisted in her desire to go out. "I beseech you, remain here by the fire with me. Say yes." "No," she replied, "I will not yield to your caprices." He insisted: "I have a reason, a serious reason. If you will not go with me, I shall go alone. Adieu." She disengaged herself from his embrace and fled to the door. He followed her. "Listen, Clo, my little Clo, listen to me." She shook her head, evaded his caresses, and tried to escape from his encircling arms. "I have a reason." Looking him in the face, she said: "You lie. What is it?" He colored, and in order to avoid a rupture, confessed in accents of despair: "I have no money." She would not believe him until he had turned all his pockets inside out, to prove his words. Then she fell upon his breast. "Oh, my poor darling! Had I known! How did it happen?" He invented a touching story to this effect: that his father was in straitened circumstances, that he had given him not only his savings, but had run himself into debt. "I shall have to starve for the next 6 months." "Shall I lend you some?" she whispered. He replied with dignity: "You are very kind, dearest, but do not mention that again. It wounds me." She murmured: "You will never know how much I love you." On taking leave of him, she asked: "Shall we meet again the day after tomorrow?" "Certainly." "At the same time?" "Yes, my darling." They parted. When Duroy opened his bedroom door and fumbled in his vest pocket for a match, he was amazed to find in it a piece of money, a 20-franc piece. At first he wondered by what miracle it had got there. Suddenly it occurred to him that Mme. de Marelle had given him alms. Angry and humiliated, he determined to return it when next they met. The next morning it was late when he awoke. He tried to overcome his hunger. He went out, and as he passed the restaurants, he could scarcely resist their temptations. At noon he said: "Bah, I shall lunch upon Clotilde's 20 francs. That will not hinder me from returning the money to morrow." He ate his lunch, for which he paid 2 francs 50, and on entering the office of La Vie Francaise, he repaid the porter the 3 francs he had borrowed from him. He worked until 7 o'clock, then he dined, and he continued to draw upon the 20 francs until only 4 francs 20 remained. He decided to say to Mme. de Marelle upon her arrival: "I found the 20-franc piece you slipped into my pocket. I will not return the money to day, but I will repay you when we next meet." When Madame came, he dared not broach the delicate subject. They spent the evening together, and appointed their next meeting for Wednesday of the following week, for Mme. de Marelle had a number of engagements. Duroy continued to accept money from Clotilde, and quieted his conscience by assuring himself: "I will give it back in a lump. It is nothing but borrowed money anyway." So he kept account of all that he received in order to pay it back some day. One evening Mme. de Marelle said to him: "Would you believe that I have never been to the Folies Bergere? Will you take me there?" He hesitated, fearing a meeting with Rachel. Then he thought: "Bah, I am not married after all. If she should see me, she would take in the situation and not accost me. Moreover, we would have a box." When they entered the hall, it was crowded. With difficulty they made their way to the seats. Mme. de Marelle did not look at the stage. She was interested in watching the women who were promenading, and she felt an irresistible desire to touch them, to see of what those beings were made. Suddenly she said: "There is a large brunette who stares at us all the time. I think every minute she will speak to us. Have you seen her?" He replied: "No, you are mistaken." He told an untruth, for he had noticed the woman, who was no other than Rachel, with anger in her eyes and violent words upon her lips. Duroy had passed her when he and Mme. de Marelle entered, and she had said to him: "Good evening," in a low voice, and with a wink which said: "I understand." But he had not replied. For fear of being seen by his sweetheart, he passed her coldly, disdainfully. The woman, her jealousy aroused, followed the couple and said in a louder key: "Good evening, Georges." He paid no heed to her. Then she was determined to be recognized, and she remained near their box, awaiting a favorable moment. When she saw that she was observed by Mme. de Marelle, she touched Duroy's shoulder with the tip of her finger and said: "Good evening, how are you?" But Georges did not turn his head. She continued: "Have you grown deaf since Thursday?" Still he did not reply. She laughed angrily and cried: "Are you dumb too? Perhaps Madame has your tongue." With a furious glance, Duroy then exclaimed: "How dare you accost me? Go along, or I will have you arrested." With flaming eyes, she cried: "Ah, is that so? Because you are with another is no reason that you cannot recognize me. If you had made the least sign of recognition when you passed me, I would not have molested you. You did not even say good evening to me when you met me." During that tirade, Mme. de Marelle in a fright opened the door of the box and fled through the crowd, seeking an exit. Duroy rushed after her. Rachel, seeing him disappear, cried: "Stop her! She has stolen my lover." Two men seized the fugitive by the shoulder, but Duroy, who had caught up with her, bade them desist, and together he and Clotilde reached the street. They entered a cab. The cabman asked: "Where shall I drive to?" Duroy replied: "Where you will." Clotilde sobbed hysterically. Duroy did not know what to say or do. At length he stammered: "Listen, Clo, my dearest Clo, let me explain. It is not my fault. I knew that woman long ago." She raised her head, and with the fury of a betrayed woman, she cried disconnectedly: "Ah, you miserable fellow! What a rascal you are! Is it possible? What disgrace! Oh, my God, you gave her my money, did you not? I gave him the money for that woman! Oh, the wretch!" For several moments she seemed to be vainly seeking an epithet more forcible. Suddenly leaning forward, she grasped the cabman's sleeve. "Stop!" she cried, and opening the door, she alighted. Georges was about to follow her, but she commanded: "I forbid you to follow me," in a voice so loud that the passers by crowded around her, and Duroy dared not stir for fear of a scandal. She drew out her purse, and taking 2 francs 50 from it, she handed it to the cabman, saying aloud: "Here is the money for your hour. Take that rascal to Rue Boursault at Batignolles." The crowd applauded. One man said: "Bravo, little one!" and the cab moved on, followed by the jeers of the bystanders. Chapter 6 in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 6. A Step Upward. Part 1. The next morning, Georges Duroy arose, dressed himself, and determined to have money. He sought Forestier. His friend received him in his study. "What made you rise so early?" he asked. "A very serious matter. I have a debt of honor." "A gaming debt?" He hesitated, then repeated: "A gaming debt." "Is it large?" 500 francs. He only needed 280. Forestier asked skeptically: To whom do you owe that amount?" Duroy did not reply at once. To a Monsieur de Carleville." "Ah, where does he live?" Rue " Forestier laughed. "I know the gentleman. If you want 20 francs, you can have them, but no more." Duroy took the gold piece, called upon more friends, and by 5 o'clock had collected 80 francs. As he required 200 more, he kept what he had begged and muttered: "I shall not worry about it. I will pay it when I can." For 2 weeks he lived economically, but at the end of that time the good resolutions he had formed vanished, and one evening he returned to the Folies Bergere in search of Rachel. But the woman was implacable and heaped coarse insults upon him, until he felt his cheeks tingle and he left the hall. Forestier, out of health and feeble, made Duroy's existence at the office insupportable. The latter did not reply to his rude remarks, but determined to be avenged. He called upon Mme. Forestier. He found her reclining upon a couch, reading. She held out her hand without rising and said: "Good morning, Bel Ami." "Why do you call me by that name?" She replied with a smile: "I saw Mme. de Marelle last week, and I know what they have christened you at her house." He took a seat near his hostess and glanced at her curiously. She was a charming blonde, fair and plump, made for caresses, and he thought: "She is certainly nicer than the other one." He did not doubt that he would only have to extend his hand in order to gather the fruit. As he gazed upon her, she chided him for his neglect of her. He replied: "I did not come because it was for the best." "How? Why?" "Why? Can you not guess?" "No." "Because I loved you a little, only a little, and I did not wish to love you any more." She did not seem surprised nor flattered. She smiled indifferently and replied calmly: "Oh, you can come just the same. No one loves me long." "Why not?" "Because it is useless, and I tell them so at once. If you had confessed your fears to me sooner, I would have reassured you. My dear friend, a man in love is not only foolish but dangerous. I cease all intercourse with people who love me, or pretend to. Firstly, because they bore me, and secondly, because I look upon them with dread, as I would upon a mad dog. I know that your love is only a kind of appetite, while with me it would be a communion of souls. Now, look me in the face." She no longer smiled. "I will never be your sweetheart. It is therefore useless for you to persist in your efforts. And now that I have explained, shall we be friends?" He knew that that sentence was irrevocable, and delighted to be able to form such an alliance as she proposed, he extended both hands, saying: "I am yours, madame, to do with as you will." He kissed her hands, and raising his head, said: "If I had found a woman like you, how gladly would I have married her." She was touched by those words, and in a soft voice, placing her hand upon his arm, she said: "I am going to begin my offices at once. You are not diplomatic." She hesitated. "May I speak freely?" "Yes." "Call upon Mme. Walter, who has taken a fancy to you. But be guarded as to your compliments, for she is virtuous. You will make a better impression there by being careful in your remarks. I know that your position at the office is unsatisfactory, but do not worry, all their employees are treated alike." He said: "Thanks, you are an angel, a guardian angel." As he took his leave, he asked again: "Are we friends? Is it settled?" "It is." Having observed the effect of his last compliment, he said: "If you ever become a widow, I have put in my application." Then he left the room hastily, in order not to allow her time to be angry. Duroy did not like to call on Mme. Walter, for he had never been invited, and he did not wish to commit a breach of etiquette. The manager had been kind to him, appreciated his services, employed him to do difficult work. Why should he not profit by that show of favor to call at his house? One day, therefore, he repaired to the market and bought 25 pears. Having carefully arranged them in a basket to make them appear as if they came from a distance, he took them to Mme. Walter's door with his card, on which was inscribed: "Georges Duroy begs Mme. Walter to accept the fruit which he received this morning from Normandy." The following day he found in his letter box at the office an envelope containing Mme. Walter's card, on which was written: "Mme. Walter thanks M. Georges Duroy very much, and is at home on Saturdays." The next Saturday he called. M. Walter lived on Boulevard Malesherbes, in a double house which he owned. The reception rooms were on the first floor. In the antechamber were two footmen. One took Duroy's overcoat, the other his cane, put it aside, opened a door, and announced the visitor's name. In the large mirror in the apartment, Duroy could see the reflection of people seated in another room. He passed through two drawing rooms and entered a small boudoir, in which four ladies were gathered around a tea table. Notwithstanding the assurance he had gained during his life in Paris, and especially since he had been thrown into contact with so many noted personages, Duroy felt abashed. He stammered: "Madame, I took the liberty." The mistress of the house extended her hand and said to him: "You are very kind, M. Duroy, to come to see me." She pointed to a chair. The ladies chatted on. Visitors came and went. Mme. Walter noticed that Duroy said nothing, that no one addressed him, that he seemed disconcerted, and she drew him into the conversation which dealt with the admission of a certain M. Linet to the Academy. When Duroy had taken his leave, one of the ladies said: "How odd he is! Who is he?" Mme. Walter replied: "One of our reporters. He only occupies a minor position, but I think he will advance rapidly." In the meantime, while he was being discussed, Duroy walked gaily down Boulevard Malesherbes. The following week he was appointed editor of the Echoes, and invited to dine at Mme. Walter's. The Echoes were, M. Walter said, the very pith of the paper. Everything and everybody should be remembered, all countries, all professions, Paris and the provinces, the army, the arts, the clergy, the schools, the rulers and the courtiers. The man at the head of the department should be wide awake, always on his guard, quick to judge of what was best to be said and best to be omitted, to divine what would please the public and to present it well. Duroy was just the man for the place. He was enjoying the fact of his promotion when he received an engraved card which read: Monsieur and Madame Walter request the pleasure of Monsieur Georges Duroy's company at dinner on Thursday, January the 20th. He was so delighted that he kissed the invitation as if it had been a love letter. Then he sought the cashier to settle the important question of his salary. At first 1,200 francs were allowed Duroy, who intended to save a large share of the money. He was busy 2 days getting settled in his new position in a large room, one end of which he occupied, and the other end of which was allotted to Boisrenard, who worked with him. The day of the dinner party he left the office in good season, in order to have time to dress, and was walking along Rue de Londres when he saw before him a form which resembled Mme. de Marelle's. He felt his cheeks glow and his heart throb. He crossed the street in order to see the lady's face. He was mistaken, and breathed more freely. He had often wondered what he should do if he met Clotilde face to face. Should he bow to her or pretend not to see her? I should not see her, thought he. When Duroy entered his rooms, he thought, I must change my apartments. These will not do any longer. He felt both nervous and gay, and said aloud to himself, I must write to my father. Occasionally he wrote home, and his letters always delighted his old parents. As he tied his cravat at the mirror, he repeated, I must write home tomorrow. If my father could see me this evening in the house to which I am going, he would be surprised. Sacristi, I shall soon give a dinner which has never been equaled. Then he recalled his old home, the faces of his father and mother. He saw them seated at their homely board, eating their soup. He remembered every wrinkle on their old faces, every movement of their hands and heads. He even knew what they said to each other every evening as they supped. He thought, I will go to see them some day. His toilette completed, he extinguished his light and descended the stairs. End of chapter 6, part 1. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 6, part 2 of Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 6. A Step Upward. Part 2. On reaching his destination, he boldly entered the antechamber, lighted by bronze lamps, and gave his cane and his overcoat to the two lackeys who approached him. All the salons were lighted. Mme. Walter received in the second, the largest. She greeted Duroy with a charming smile, and he shook hands with the two men who arrived after him, M. Firmin and M. Laroche Mathieu. The latter had especial authority at the office on account of his influence in the Chamber of Deputies. Then the Forestiers arrived, Madeleine looking charming in pink. Charles had become very much emaciated and coughed incessantly. Norbert de Varenne and Jacques Rival came together. A door opened at the end of the room, and M. Walter entered with two tall young girls of 16 and 17, one plain, the other pretty. Duroy knew that the manager was a paterfamilias, but he was astonished. He had thought of the manager's daughters as one thinks of a distant country one will never see. Then, too, he had fancied them children, and he saw women. They shook hands upon being introduced and seated themselves at a table set apart for them. One of the guests had not arrived, and that embarrassing silence which precedes dinners in general reigned supreme. Duroy happening to glance at the walls, M. Walter said: "You are looking at my pictures. I will show them all to you." And he took a lamp that they might distinguish all the details. There were landscapes by Guillemet, a visit to the hospital by Gervex, a widow by Bouguereau, an execution by Jean-Paul Laurent, and many others. Duroy exclaimed: "Charming! Charming! But stopped short on hearing behind him the voice of Mme. de Marelle, who had just entered. M. Walter continued to exhibit and explain his pictures, but Duroy saw nothing, heard without comprehending. Mme. de Marelle was there, behind him. What should he do? If he greeted her, might she not turn her back upon him or utter some insulting remark? If he did not approach her, what would people think? He was so ill at ease that at one time he thought he should feign indisposition and return home. The pictures had all been exhibited. M. Walter placed the lamp on the table and greeted the last arrival, while Duroy recommenced alone an examination of the canvas, as if he could not tear himself away. What should he do? He heard their voices and their conversation. Mme. Forestier called him. He hastened towards her. It was to introduce him to a friend who was on the point of giving a fete, and who wanted a description of it in La Vie Francaise. He stammered: "Certainly, madame, certainly." Mme. de Marelle was very near him. He dared not turn to go away. Suddenly, to his amazement, she exclaimed: "Good evening, Bel Ami. Do you not remember me?" He turned upon his heel hastily. She stood before him smiling, her eyes overflowing with roguishness and affection. She offered him her hand. He took it doubtfully, fearing some perfidy. She continued calmly: "What has become of you? One never sees you." Not having regained his self possession, he murmured: "I have had a great deal to do, Madame, a great deal to do. M. Walter has given me another position, and the duties are very arduous." "I know, but that is no excuse for forgetting your friends." Their conversation was interrupted by the entrance of a large woman, decolletee, with red arms, red cheeks, and attired in gay colors. As she was received with effusion, Duroy asked Mme. Forestier: "Who is that person?" "Viscountess de Percemur, whose nom de plume is Patte Blanche." He was surprised, and with difficulty restrained a burst of laughter. "Patte Blanche? I fancied her a young woman like you. Is that Patte Blanche? Ah, she is handsome, very handsome." A servant appeared at the door and announced: "Madame is served." Duroy was placed between the manager's plain daughter, Mademoiselle Rose, and Mme. de Marelle. The proximity of the latter embarrassed him somewhat, although she appeared at ease and conversed with her usual spirit. Gradually, however, his assurance returned, and before the meal was over, he knew that their relations would be renewed. Wishing, too, to be polite to his employer's daughter, he addressed her from time to time. She responded as her mother would have done, without any hesitation as to what she should say. At M. Walter's right sat Viscountess de Percemur, and Duroy, looking at her with a smile, asked Mme. de Marelle in a low voice: "Do you know the one who signs herself Domino Rose?" "Yes, perfectly. Baroness de Livar." "Is she like the Countess?" "No, but she is just as comical. She is 60 years old, has false curls and teeth, wit of the time of the Restoration, and toilette of the same period." When the guests returned to the drawing room, Duroy asked Mme. de Marelle: "May I escort you home?" "No." "Why not?" "Because M. Laroche Mathieu, who is my neighbor, leaves me at my door every time that I dine here." "When shall I see you again?" "Lunch with me to morrow." They parted without another word. Duroy did not remain late. As he descended the staircase, he met Norbert de Varenne, who was likewise going away. The old poet took his arm. Fearing no rivalry on the newspaper, their work being essentially different, he was very friendly to the young man. "Shall we walk along together?" "I shall be pleased to," replied Duroy. The streets were almost deserted that night. At first the two men did not speak. Then Duroy, in order to make some remark, said: "That M. Laroche Mathieu looks very intelligent." The old poet murmured: "Do you think so?" The younger man hesitated in surprise. "Why, yes. Is he not considered one of the most capable men in the Chamber?" That may be. In a kingdom of blind men, the blind are kings. All those people are divided between money and politics. They are pedants to whom it is impossible to speak of anything that is familiar to us. Ah, it is difficult to find a man who is liberal in his ideas. I have known several. They are dead. Still, what difference does a little more or a little less genius make, since all must come to an end?" He paused, and Duroy said with a smile: "You are gloomy to night, sir." The poet replied: "I always am, my child. You will be too in a few years. While one is climbing the ladder, one sees the top and feels hopeful. But when one has reached that summit, one sees the descent and the end, which is death. It is slow work ascending, but one descends rapidly. At your age one is joyous, one hopes for many things which never come to pass. At mine one expects nothing but death." Duroy laughed. "Egad, you make me shudder." Norbert de Varenne continued: "You do not understand me now, but later on you will remember what I have told you. We breathe, sleep, drink, eat, work, and then die. The end of life is death. What do you long for? Love. A few kisses and you will be powerless. Money. What for? To gratify your desires. Glory. What comes after it all? Death. Death alone is certain." He stopped, took Duroy by his coat collar, and said slowly: "Ponder upon all that, young man. Think it over for days, months, and years, and you will see life from a different standpoint. I am a lonely old man. I have neither father, mother, brother, sister, wife, children, nor God. I have only poetry. Marry, my friend. You do not know what it is to live alone at my age. It is so lonesome. I seem to have no one upon earth. When one is old, it is a comfort to have children." When they reached Rue de Bourgogne, the poet halted before a high house, rang the bell, pressed Duroy's hand, and said: "Forget what I have said to you, young man, and live according to your age. Adieu." With those words he disappeared in the dark corridor. Duroy felt somewhat depressed on leaving Varenne, but on his way a perfumed damsel passed by him and recalled to his mind his reconciliation with Mme. de Marelle. How delightful was the realization of one's hopes! The next morning he arrived at his lady love's door somewhat early. She welcomed him as if there had been no rupture, and said as she kissed him: "You do not know how annoyed I am, my beloved. I anticipated a delightful honeymoon, and now my husband has come home for 6 weeks. But I could not let so long a time go by without seeing you, especially after our little disagreement. And this is how I have arranged matters. Come to dinner Monday. I will introduce you to M. de Marelle. I have already spoken of you to him." Duroy hesitated in perplexity. He feared he might betray something by a word, a glance. He stammered: "No, I would rather not meet your husband." "Why not? How absurd! Such things happen every day. I did not think you so foolish." "Very well, I will come to dinner Monday." "To make it more pleasant, I will have the Forestier, though I do not like to receive company at home." On Monday, as he ascended Mme. de Marelle's staircase, he felt strangely troubled. Not that he disliked to take her husband's hand, drink his wine, and eat his bread, but he dreaded something, he knew not what. He was ushered into the salon and he waited as usual. Then the door opened and a tall man with a white beard, grave and precise, advanced towards him and said courteously: "My wife has often spoken of you, sir. I am charmed to make your acquaintance." Duroy tried to appear cordial and shook his host's proffered hand with exaggerated energy. M. de Marelle put a log upon the fire and asked: "Have you been engaged in journalism a long time?" Duroy replied: "Only a few months." His embarrassment wearing off, he began to consider the situation very amusing. He gazed at M. de Marelle, serious and dignified, and felt a desire to laugh aloud. At that moment, Mme. de Marelle entered and approached Duroy, who in the presence of her husband dared not kiss her hand. Laurine entered next and offered her brow to Georges. Her mother said to her: "You do not call M. Duroy Bel Ami to day." The child blushed as if it were a gross indiscretion to reveal her secret. When the Forestiers arrived, Duroy was startled at Charles's appearance. He had grown thinner and paler in a week, and coughed incessantly. He said they would leave for Cannes on the following Thursday, at the doctor's orders. They did not stay late. After they had left, Duroy said, with a shake of his head: "He will not live long." Mme. de Marelle replied calmly: "No, he is doomed. He was a lucky man to obtain such a wife." Duroy asked: "Does she help him very much?" "She does all the work. She is well posted on every subject, and she always gains her point as she wants it and when she wants it. Oh, she is as maneuvering as anyone. She is a treasure to a man who wishes to succeed." Georges replied: "She will marry very soon again, I have no doubt." "Yes, I should not even be surprised if she had someone in view, a deputy, but I do not know anything about it." M. de Marelle said impatiently: "You infer so many things that I do not like. We should never interfere in the affairs of others. Everyone should make that a rule." Duroy took his leave with a heavy heart. The next day he called on the Forestiers, and found them in the midst of packing. Charles lay upon a sofa and repeated: "I should have gone a month ago." Then he proceeded to give Duroy innumerable orders, although everything had been arranged with M. Walter. When Georges left him, he pressed his comrade's hand and said: "Well, old fellow, we shall soon meet again." Madame Forestier accompanied him to the door, and he reminded her of their compact. "We are friends and allies, are we not? If you should require my services in any way, do not hesitate to call upon me. Send me a dispatch or a letter, and I will obey." She murmured: "Thank you, I shall not forget." As Duroy descended the staircase, he met M. de Vaudrec ascending. The Count seemed sad, perhaps at the approaching departure. The journalist bowed. The Count returned his salutation courteously, but somewhat haughtily. On Thursday evening the Forestiers left town. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 7 of Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 7. A Duel with an End. Charles's absence gave Duroy a more important position on La Vie Francaise. Only one matter arose to annoy him, otherwise his sky was cloudless. An insignificant paper, La Plume, attacked him constantly, or rather attacked the editor of the Echoes of La Vie Francaise. Jacques Rival said to him one day: "You are very forbearing." "What should I do? It is no direct attack." But one afternoon when he entered the office, Boisrenard handed him a number of La Plume. "See, here is another unpleasant remark for you." "Relative to what?" "To the arrest of one Dame Aubert." Georges took the paper and read a scathing personal denunciation. Duroy, it seems, had written an item claiming that Dame Aubert, who, as the editor of La Plume claimed, had been put under arrest, was a myth. The latter retaliated by accusing Duroy of receiving bribes and of suppressing matter that should be published. As Saint Potin entered, Duroy asked him: "Have you seen the paragraph in La Plume?" "Yes, and I have just come from Dame Aubert's. She is no myth, but she has not been arrested. That report has no foundation." Duroy went at once to M. Walter's office. After hearing the case, the manager bade him go to the woman's house himself, find out the details, and reply to the article. Duroy set out upon his errand, and on his return to the office wrote the following: "An anonymous writer in La Plume is trying to pick a quarrel with me on the subject of an old woman who, he claims, was arrested for disorderly conduct, which I deny. I have myself seen Dame Aubert, who is 60 years old at least. She told me the particulars of her dispute with a butcher as to the weight of some cutlets, which dispute necessitated an explanation before a magistrate. That is the whole truth in a nutshell. As for the other insinuations, I scorn them. One never should reply to such things, moreover, when they are written under a mask. Georges Duroy." M. Walter and Jacques Rival considered that sufficient, and it was decided that it should be published in that day's issue. Duroy returned home rather agitated and uneasy. What would this opponent reply? Who was he? Why that attack? He passed a restless night. When he reread his article in the paper the next morning, he thought it more aggressive in print than it was in writing. He might, it seemed to him, have softened certain terms. He was excited all day and feverish during the night. He rose early to obtain an issue of La Plume, which should contain the reply to his note. He ran his eyes over the columns and at first saw nothing. He was beginning to breathe more freely when these words met his eye: "Monsieur Duroy of La Vie Francaise gives us the lie. In doing so, he lies. He owns, however, that a woman named Aubert exists, and that she was taken before a magistrate by an agent. 2 words only remain to be added to the word agent, which are of morals, and all is told. But the consciences of certain journalists are on a par with their talents. I sign myself Louis Langremont." Georges's heart throbbed violently, and he returned home in order to dress himself. He had been insulted, and in such a manner that it was impossible to hesitate. Why had he been insulted? For nothing, on account of an old woman who had quarreled with her butcher. He dressed hastily and repaired to M. Walter's house, although it was scarcely 8 o'clock. M. Walter was reading La Plume. "Well," he said gravely on perceiving Duroy, "you cannot let that pass." The young man did not reply. The manager continued: "Go at once in search of Rival, who will look after your interests." Duroy stammered several vague words and set out for Rival's house. Jacques was still in bed, but he rose when the bell rang, and having read the insulting paragraph, said: "Whom would you like to have besides me?" "I do not know." "Boisrenard?" "Yes." "Are you a good swordsman?" "No." "A good shot?" "I have used a pistol a good deal." "Good. Come and exercise while I attend to everything. Wait a moment." He entered his dressing room and soon reappeared, washed, shaven, and presentable. "Come with me," said he. He lived on the ground floor, and he led Duroy into a cellar converted into a room for the practice of fencing and shooting. He produced a pair of pistols and began to give his orders as briefly as if they were on the dueling ground. He was well satisfied with Duroy's use of the weapons, and told him to remain there and practice until noon, when he would return to take him to lunch and tell him the result of his mission. Left to his own devices, Duroy aimed at the target several times and then sat down to reflect. Such affairs were abominable anyway. What would a respectable man gain by risking his life? And he recalled Norbert de Varenne's remarks made to him a short while before. He was right, he declared aloud. It was gloomy in that cellar, as gloomy as in a tomb. What o'clock was it? The time dragged slowly on. Suddenly he heard footsteps, voices, and Jacques Rival reappeared, accompanied by Boisrenard. The former cried on perceiving Duroy: "All is settled." Duroy thought the matter had terminated with a letter of apology. His heart gave a bound and he stammered: "Ah, thank you." Rival continued: "M. Langremont has accepted every condition. 25 paces, fire when the pistol is leveled and the order given." Then he added: "Now let us lunch. It is past 12 o'clock." They repaired to a neighboring restaurant. Duroy was silent. He ate that they might not think he was frightened, and went in the afternoon with Boisrenard to the office, where he worked in an absent, mechanical manner. Before leaving, Jacques Rival shook hands with him and warned him that he and Boisrenard would call for him in a carriage the next morning at 7 o'clock to repair to the wood at Vézinhet, where the meeting was to take place. All had been settled without his saying a word, giving his opinion, accepting or refusing, with such rapidity that his brain whirled and he scarcely knew what was taking place. He returned home about 9 o'clock in the evening, after having dined with Boisrenard, who had not left him all day. When he was alone, he paced the floor. He was too confused to think. One thought alone filled his mind, and that was: a duel to morrow. He sat down and began to meditate. He had thrown upon his table his adversary's card brought him by Rival. He read it for the 20th time that day. Louis Langremont, 176 Rue Montmartre. Nothing more. Who was the man? How old was he? How tall? How did he look? How odious that a total stranger should without rhyme or reason, out of pure caprice, annoy him thus on account of an old woman's quarrel with her butcher. He said aloud: "The brute!" and glared angrily at the card. He began to feel nervous. The sound of his voice made him start. He drank a glass of water and laid down. He turned from his right side to his left uneasily. He was thirsty. He rose. He felt restless. "Am I afraid?" he asked himself. Why did his heart palpitate so wildly at the slightest sound? He began to reason philosophically on the possibility of being afraid. No, certainly he was not, since he was ready to fight. Still he felt so deeply moved that he wondered if one could be afraid in spite of oneself. What would happen if that state of things should exist? If he should tremble or lose his presence of mind? He lighted his candle and looked in the glass. He scarcely recognized his own face, it was so changed. Suddenly he thought: tomorrow at this time I may be dead. He turned to his couch and saw himself stretched lifeless upon it. He hastened to the window and opened it, but the night air was so chilly that he closed it, lighted a fire, and began to pace the floor once more, saying mechanically: "I must be more composed. I will write to my parents in case of accident." He took a sheet of paper and after several attempts began: My dear father and mother, at daybreak I am going to fight a duel, and as something might happen. He could write no more. He rose with a shudder. It seemed to him that notwithstanding his efforts, he would not have the strength necessary to face the meeting. He wondered if his adversary had ever fought before, if he were known. He had never heard his name. However, if he had not been a remarkable shot, he would not have accepted that dangerous weapon without hesitation. He ground his teeth to prevent his crying aloud. Suddenly he remembered that he had a bottle of brandy. He fetched it from the cupboard and soon emptied it. Now he felt his blood course more warmly through his veins. "I have found a means," said he. Day broke. He began to dress. When his heart failed him, he took more brandy. At length there was a knock at the door. His friends had come. They were wrapped in furs. After shaking hands, Rival said: "It is as cold as Siberia. Is all well?" "Yes." "Are you calm?" "Very calm." "Have you eaten and drunk something?" "I do not need anything." They descended the stairs. A gentleman was seated in the carriage. Rival said: "Dr. Le Brumont." Duroy shook hands with him and stammered: "Thank you," as he entered the carriage. Jacques Rival and Boisrenard followed him, and the coachman drove off. He knew where to go. The conversation flagged, although the doctor related a number of anecdotes. Rival alone replied to him. Duroy tried to appear self-possessed, but he was haunted continually by the fear of showing his feelings or of losing his self-possession. Rival addressed him, saying: "I took the pistols to Gastine Renette. He loaded them. The box is sealed." Duroy replied mechanically: "Thank you." Then Rival proceeded to give him minute directions, that he might make no mistakes. Duroy repeated those directions as children learn their lessons, in order to impress them upon his memory. As he muttered the phrases over and over, he almost prayed that some accident might happen to the carriage. If he could only break his leg! At the end of a glade he saw a carriage standing and four gentlemen stamping their feet in order to keep them warm, and he was obliged to gasp in order to get breath. Rival and Boisrenard alighted first, then the doctor and the combatant. Rival took the box of pistols, and with Boisrenard approached the two strangers who were advancing towards them. Duroy saw them greet one another ceremoniously, then walk through the glade together as they counted the paces. Dr. Le Brumont asked Duroy: "Do you feel well? Do you not want anything?" "Nothing, thank you." It seemed to him that he was asleep, that he was dreaming. Was he afraid? He did not know. Jacques Rival returned and said in a low voice: "All is ready. Fortune has favored us in the drawing of the pistols." That was a matter of indifference to Duroy. They helped him off with his overcoat, led him to the ground set apart for the duel, and gave him his pistol. Before him stood a man short, stout and bald, who wore glasses. That was his adversary. A voice broke the silence, a voice which came from afar. "Are you ready, sirs?" Georges cried, "Yes." The same voice commanded, "Fire!" Duroy heard nothing more, saw nothing more. He only knew that he raised his arm and pressed with all his strength upon the trigger. Soon he saw a little smoke before him. His opponent was still standing in the same position, and there was a small white cloud above his head. They had both fired. All was over. His second and the doctor felt him, unbuttoned his garments, and asked anxiously: "Are you wounded?" He replied: "No, I think not." Langremont was not wounded either, and Jacques Rival muttered discontentedly: "That is always the way with those cursed pistols. One either misses or kills one's opponent." Duroy was paralyzed with surprise and joy. All was over. He felt that he could fight the entire universe. All was over. What bliss! He felt brave enough to provoke anyone. The seconds consulted several moments, then the duelists and their friends entered the carriages and drove off. When the official report was drawn up, it was handed to Duroy, who was to insert it in the Echoes. He was surprised to find that 2 balls had been fired. He said to Rival: "We only fired once." The latter smiled. "Yes, once each. That makes twice." And Duroy, satisfied with that explanation, asked no more questions. M. Walter embraced him. "Bravo! You have defended the colors of la vie francaise. Bravo!" The following day at 11 o'clock in the forenoon, Duroy received a telegram. "My God, I have been frightened. Come at once to Rue de Constantinople, that I may embrace you, my love. How brave you are! I adore you, Clo." He repaired to the place appointed, and Mme. de Marelle rushed into his arms, covering him with kisses. "Oh, my darling, if you only knew how I felt when I read the morning papers! Tell me all about it." Duroy was obliged to give her a detailed account. "You must have had a terrible night before the duel." "Why, no, I slept very well." "I should not have closed my eyes. Tell me what took place on the ground." Forthwith he proceeded to give her a graphic description of the duel. When he had concluded, she said to him: "I cannot live without you. I must see you, and with my husband in Paris it is not very convenient. I often have an hour early in the morning when I could come and embrace you, but I cannot enter that horrible house of yours. What can we do?" He asked abruptly: "How much do you pay here?" 100 francs a month." "Very well, I will take the apartments on my own account, and I will move at once. Mine are not suitable anyway for me now." She thought a moment and then replied: "No, I do not want you to." He asked in surprise: "Why not?" "Because." "That is no reason. These rooms suit me very well. I am here, I shall remain." He laughed. "Moreover, they were hired in my name." But she persisted. "No, no, I do not wish you to." "Why not, then?" She whispered softly, tenderly: "Because you would bring others here, and I do not wish you to." Indignantly he cried: "Never, I promise you." "You would do so in spite of your promise." "I swear I will not." "Truly?" "Truly, upon my word of honor. This is our nest, ours alone." She embraced him in a transport of delight. "Then I agree, my dearest. But if you deceive me once, just once, that will end all between us forever." He protested, and it was agreed that he should settle in the rooms that same day. She said to him: "You must dine with us Sunday. My husband thinks you charming." He was flattered. "Indeed?" "Yes, you have made a conquest. Did you not tell me that your home was in the country?" "Yes, why?" "Then you know something about agriculture?" "Yes." "Very well, talk to him of gardening and crops. He enjoys those subjects." "All right, I shall not forget." She left him after lavishing upon him innumerable caresses. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 8 of Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 8. Death and a Proposal. Duroy moved his effects to the apartments in Rue de Constantinople. 2 or 3 times a week, Mme. de Marelle paid him visits. Duroy, to counterbalance them, dined at her house every Thursday, and delighted her husband by talking agriculture to him. It was almost the end of February. Duroy was free from care. One night, when he returned home, he found a letter under his door. He examined the postmark. It was from Cannes. Having opened it, he read: Cannes, Villa Jolie. Dear Sir and Friend, you told me, did you not, that I could count upon you at any time? Very well. I have a favor to ask of you. It is to come and help me, not to leave me alone during Charles's last moments. He may not live through the week, although he is not confined to his bed, but the doctor has warned me. I have not the strength nor the courage to see that agony day and night, and I think with terror of the approaching end. I can only ask such a thing of you, for my husband has no relatives. You were his comrade. He helped you to your position. Come, I beg of you. I have no one else to ask. Your friend, Madeleine Forestier.
Georges murmured: "Certainly I will go. Poor Charles!"
The manager, to whom he communicated the contents of that letter, grumblingly gave his consent. He repeated: "But return speedily. You are indispensable to us." Georges Duroy left for Cannes the next day by the 7 o'clock express, after having warned Mme. de Marelle by telegram. He arrived the following day at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
A commissionaire conducted him to Villa Jolie. The house was small and low, and of the Italian style of architecture. A servant opened the door and cried: "Oh, sir, Madame is awaiting you patiently." Duroy asked: "How is your master?" "Not very well, sir. He will not be here long." The floor of the drawing room which the young man entered was covered with a Persian rug. The large windows looked upon the village and the sea. Duroy murmured: "How cozy it is here! Where the deuce do they get the money from?" The rustling of a gown caused him to turn. Mme. Forestier extended both her hands, saying: "How kind of you to come." She was a trifle paler and thinner, but still as bright as ever, and perhaps prettier for being more delicate. She whispered: "It is terrible. He knows he cannot be saved, and he tyrannizes over me. I have told him of your arrival, but where is your trunk?" Duroy replied: "I left it at the station, not knowing which hotel you would advise me to stop at, in order to be near you." She hesitated, then said: "You must stop here at the villa. Your chamber is ready. He might die at any moment, and if it should come in the night, I would be alone. I will send for your luggage." He bowed: "As you will." "Now let us go upstairs," said she. He followed her. She opened a door on the first floor, and Duroy saw a form near a window, seated in an easy chair and wrapped in coverlets. He divined that it was his friend, though he scarcely recognized him. Forestier raised his hand slowly and with difficulty, saying: "You are here, you have come to see me die. I am much obliged." Duroy forced a smile. "To see you die? That would not be a very pleasant sight, and I would not choose that occasion on which to visit Cannes. I came here to rest." "Sit down," said Forestier, and he bowed his head as if deep in hopeless meditation. Seeing that he did not speak, his wife approached the window and pointing to the horizon, said: "Look at that. Is it not beautiful?" In spite of himself, Duroy felt the grandeur of the closing day and exclaimed: "Yes, indeed, it is magnificent." Forestier raised his head and said to his wife: "Give me more air." She replied: "You must be careful. It is late, the sun is setting. You will catch more cold, and that would be a serious thing in your condition." He made a feeble gesture of anger with his right hand and said: "I tell you I am suffocating. What difference does it make if I die a day sooner or later, since I must die?" She opened the window wide. The air was soft and balmy. Forestier inhaled it in feverish gasps. He grasped the arms of his chair and said in a low voice: "Shut the window. I would rather die in a cellar." His wife slowly closed the window, then leaned her brow against the pane and looked out. Duroy, ill at ease, wished to converse with the invalid to reassure him, but he could think of no words of comfort. He stammered: "Have you not been better since you are here?" His friend shrugged his shoulders impatiently. "You will see very soon." and he bowed his head again. Duroy continued: "At home it is still wintry. It snows, hails, rains, and is so dark that they have to light the lamps at 3 o'clock in the afternoon." Forestier asked: "Is there anything new at the office?" "Nothing. They have taken little Lacrin of the Voltaire to fill your place, but he is incapable. It is time you came back." The invalid muttered: I will soon be writing under 6 feet of sod." A long silence ensued. Mme. Forestier did not stir. She stood with her back to the room, her face toward the window. At length Forestier broke the silence in a gasping voice, heartrending to listen to. "How many more sunsets shall I see? 8, 10, 15, 20, or perhaps 30, no more. You will have more time, you two. As for me, all is at an end. And everything will go on when I am gone as if I were here." He paused a few moments, then continued: "Everything that I see reminds me that I shall not see them long. It is horrible. I shall no longer see the smallest objects, the glasses, the dishes, the beds on which we rest, the carriages. It is fine to drive in the evening. How I loved all that." Again Norbert de Varenne's words occurred to Duroy. The room grew dark. Forestier asked irritably: "Are we to have no lamp to night? That is what is called caring for an invalid." The form outlined against the window disappeared, and an electric bell was heard to ring. A servant soon entered and placed a lamp upon the mantelpiece. Mme. Forestier asked her husband: "Do you wish to retire, or will you go downstairs to dinner?" "I will go down to dinner." The meal seemed to Duroy interminable, for there was no conversation, only the ticking of a clock broke the silence. When they had finished, Duroy, pleading fatigue, retired to his room, and tried in vain to invent some pretext for returning home as quickly as possible. He consoled himself by saying: "Perhaps it will not be for long." The next morning Georges rose early and strolled down to the beach. When he returned, the servant said to him: "Monsieur has asked for you 2 or 3 times. Will you go upstairs?" He ascended the stairs. Forestier appeared to be in a chair. His wife, reclining upon a couch, was reading. The invalid raised his head. Duroy asked: "Well, how are you? You look better this morning." Forestier murmured: "Yes, I am better and stronger. Lunch as hastily as you can with Madeleine, because we are going to take a drive." When Mme. Forestier was alone with Duroy, she said to him: "You see, to day he thinks he is better. He is making plans for to morrow. We are now going to Gulf Juan to buy pottery for our rooms in Paris. He is determined to go, but he cannot stand the jolting on the road." The carriage arrived. Forestier descended the stairs step by step, supported by his servant. When he saw the closed landau, he wanted it uncovered. His wife opposed him: "It is sheer madness. You will take cold." He persisted: No, I am going to be better, I know it." They first drove along a shady road, and then took the road by the sea. Forestier explained the different points of interest. Finally, they arrived at a pavilion over which were these words: "Gulf Juan Art Pottery," and the carriage drew up at the door. Forestier wanted to buy a vase to put on his bookcase. As he could not leave the carriage, they brought the pieces to him one by one. It took him a long time to choose, consulting his wife and Duroy. "You know it is from my study. From my easy chair I can see it constantly. I prefer the ancient form, the Greek." At length he made his choice. "I shall return to Paris in a few days," said he. On their way home along the Gulf, a cool breeze suddenly sprang up, and the invalid began to cough. At first it was nothing, only a slight attack, but it grew worse and turned to a sort of hiccup, a rattle. Forestier choked, and every time he tried to breathe, he coughed violently. Nothing quieted him. He had to be carried from the landau to his room. The heat of the bed did not stop the attack, which lasted until midnight. The first words the sick man uttered were to ask for a barber, for he insisted on being shaved every morning. He rose to be shaved, but was obliged to go to bed at once, and began to breathe so painfully that Mme. Forestier, in affright, woke Duroy and asked him to fetch the doctor. He returned almost immediately with Dr. Gavin, who prescribed for the sick man. When the journalist asked him his opinion, he said: "It is the final stage, he will be dead to morrow morning. Prepare that poor young wife, and send for a priest. I can do nothing more. However, I am entirely at your disposal." Duroy went to Mme. Forestier. "He is going to die. The doctor advises me to send for a priest. What will you do?" She hesitated a moment and then said slowly: "I will go and tell him that the cure wishes to see him. Will you be kind enough to procure one who will require nothing but the confession, and who will not make much fuss?" The young man brought with him a kind old priest, who accommodated himself to circumstances. When he had entered the death chamber, Mme. Forestier went out and seated herself with Duroy in an adjoining room. "That has upset him," said she. "When I mentioned the priest to him, his face assumed a scared expression. He knew that the end was near. I shall never forget his face." At that moment they heard the priest saying to him: "Why, no, you are not so low as that. You are ill, but not in danger. The proof of that is that I came as a friend, a neighbor." They could not hear his reply. The priest continued: "No, I shall not administer the sacrament. We will speak of that when you are better. If you will only confess, I ask no more. I am a pastor. I take advantage of every occasion to gather in my sheep." A long silence followed. Then suddenly the priest said, in the tone of one officiating at the altar: "The mercy of God is infinite. Repeat the Confiteor, my son. Perhaps you have forgotten it. I will help you. Repeat with me. Confiteor Deo omnipotenti, Beata Mariae semper Virgini. He paused from time to permit the dying man to catch up to him. Then he said, "Now confess." The sick man murmured something. The priest repeated, "You have committed sins. Of what kind, my son?" The young woman rose and said simply, "Let us go into the garden. We must not listen to his secrets." They seated themselves upon a bench before the door, beneath a blossoming rose bush. After several moments of silence, Duroy asked: "Will it be some time before you return to Paris?" "No," she replied. "When all is over, I will go back." "In about 10 days?" "Yes, at most." He continued: "Charles has no relatives, then?" "None, save cousins. His father and mother died when he was very young." In the course of a few minutes, the servant came to tell them that the priest had finished, and together they ascended the stairs. Forestier seemed to have grown thinner since the preceding day. The priest was holding his hand. "Au revoir, my son. I will come again to morrow morning." And he left. When he was gone, the dying man, who was panting, tried to raise his two hands towards his wife and gasped: "Save me, save me, my darling. I do not want to die. Oh, save me. Go for the doctor. I will take anything. I do not want to die." He wept. The tears coursed down his pallid cheeks. Then his hands commenced to wander hither and thither continually, slowly and regularly, as if gathering something on the coverlet. His wife, who was also weeping, sobbed: "No, it is nothing. It is only an attack. You will be better to morrow. You tired yourself out with that drive." Forestier drew his breath quickly and so faintly that one could scarcely hear him. He repeated: "I do not want to die. Oh, my God, what has happened to me? I cannot see. Oh, my God." His staring eyes saw something invisible to the others. His hands plucked continually at the counterpane. Suddenly he shuddered and gasped: "The cemetery! Me! My God!" He did not speak again. He lay there motionless and ghastly. The hours dragged on. The clock of a neighboring convent chimed noon. Duroy left the room to obtain some food. He returned an hour later. Mme. Forestier would eat nothing. The invalid had not stirred. The young woman was seated in an easy chair at the foot of the bed. Duroy likewise seated himself, and they watched in silence. A nurse sent by the doctor had arrived and was dozing by the window. Duroy himself was almost asleep when he felt a presentiment that something was about to happen. He opened his eyes just in time to see Forestier close his. He coughed slightly, and two streams of blood issued from the corners of his mouth and flowed upon his night robe. His hands ceased their perpetual motion. He had breathed his last. His wife, perceiving it, uttered a cry and fell upon her knees by the bedside. Georges, in surprise and affright, mechanically made the sign of the cross. The nurse, awakening, approached the bed and said: "It has come." Duroy, recovering his self-possession, murmured with a sigh of relief: "It was not as hard as I feared it would be." That night Mme. Forestier and Duroy watched in the chamber of death. They were alone beside him who was no more. They did not speak. Georges's eyes seemed attracted to that emaciated face which the flickering light made more hollow. That was his friend, Charles Forestier, who the day before had spoken to him. For several years he had lived, eaten, laughed, loved, and hoped as did everyone, and now all was ended for him forever. Life lasted a few months or years and then fled. One was born, grew, was happy, and died. Adieu! Man or woman, you will never return to earth. He thought of the insects which live several hours, of the beasts which live several days, of the men who live several years, of the worlds which last several centuries. What was the difference between one and the other? A few more dawns, that was all. Duroy turned away his eyes in order not to see the corpse. Mme. Forestier's head was bowed. Her fair hair enhanced the beauty of her sorrowful face. The young man's heart grew hopeful. Why should he lament when he had so many years still before him? He glanced at the handsome widow. How had she ever consented to marry that man? Then he pondered upon all the hidden secrets of their lives. He remembered that he had been told of a Count de Vaudrec who had dowered and given her in marriage. What would she do now? Whom would she marry? Had she projects, plans? He would have liked to know. Why that anxiety as to what she would do? Georges questioned himself and found that it was caused by a desire to win her for himself. Why should he not succeed? He was positive that she liked him. She would have confidence in him, for she knew that he was intelligent, resolute, tenacious. Had she not sent for him? Was not that a kind of avowal? He was impatient to question her, to find out her intentions. He would soon have to leave that villa, for he could not remain alone with the young widow. Therefore he must find out her plans before returning to Paris, in order that she might not yield to another's entreaties. He broke the oppressive silence by saying: "You must be fatigued." "Yes, but above all I am grieved." Their voices sounded strange in that room. They glanced involuntarily at the corpse as if they expected to see it move. Duroy continued: "It is a heavy blow for you and will make a complete change in your life." She sighed deeply, but did not reply. He added: "It is very sad for a young woman like you to be left alone." He paused. She still did not reply, and he stammered: At any rate, you will remember the compact between us. You can command me as you will, I am yours." She held out her hand to him and said mournfully and gently: "Thanks, you are very kind. If I can do anything for you, I say too, count on me." He took her proffered hand, gazed at it, and was seized with an ardent desire to kiss it. Slowly he raised it to his lips and then relinquished it. As her delicate fingers lay upon her knee, the young widow said gravely: "Yes, I shall be all alone, but I shall force myself to be brave." He did not know how to tell her that he would be delighted to wed her. Certainly it was no time to speak to her on such a subject. However, he thought he might be able to express himself by means of some phrase which would have a hidden meaning and would infer what he wished to say. But that rigid corpse lay between them. The atmosphere became oppressive, almost suffocating. Duroy asked: "Can we not open the window a little? The air seems to be impure." "Certainly," she replied. "I have noticed it too." He opened the window, letting in the cool night air. He turned: "Come and look out, it is delightful." She glided softly to his side. He whispered: "Listen to me. Do not be angry that I broach the subject at such a time, but the day after to morrow I shall leave here, and when you return to Paris it might be too late. You know that I am only a poor devil who has his position to make, but I have the will and some intelligence, and I am advancing. A man who has attained his ambition knows what to count on. A man who has his way to make does not know what may come. It may be better or worse. I told you one day that my most cherished dream was to have a wife like you. I repeat it to you to day. Do not reply, but let me continue. This is no proposal, the time and place would render it odious. I only wish to tell you that by a word you can make me happy, and that you can make of me as you will, either a friend or a husband, for my heart and my body are yours. I do not want you to answer me now. I do not wish to speak any more on the subject here. When we meet in Paris, you can tell me your decision." He uttered those words without glancing at her, and she seemed not to have heard them, for she stood by his side motionless, staring vaguely and fixedly at the landscape before her, bathed in moonlight. At length she murmured: "It is rather chilly," and turned toward the bed. Duroy followed her. They did not speak, but continued their watch. Toward midnight, Georges fell asleep. At daybreak the nurse entered, and he started up. Both he and Mme. Forestier retired to their rooms to obtain some rest. At 11 o'clock they rose and lunched together, while through the open window was wafted the sweet, perfumed air of spring. After lunch, Mme. Forestier proposed that they take a turn in the garden. As they walked slowly along, she suddenly said, without turning her head toward him, in a low, grave voice: "Listen to me, my dear friend.
I have already reflected upon what you proposed to me, and I cannot allow you to depart without a word of reply. I will, however, say neither yes nor no. We will wait, we will see, we will become better acquainted. You must think it well over too. Do not yield to an impulse. I mention this to you before even poor Charles is buried, because it is necessary, after what you have said to me, that you should know me as I am, in order not to cherish the hope you expressed to me any longer, if you are not a man who can understand and bear with me. Now listen carefully. Marriage to me is not a chain, but an association. I must be free, entirely unfettered in all my actions, my coming and my going. I can tolerate neither control, jealousy, nor criticism as to my conduct. I pledge my word, however, never to compromise the name of the man I marry, nor to render him ridiculous in the eyes of the world. But that man must promise to look upon me as an equal, an ally, and not as an inferior, or as an obedient, submissive wife. My ideas, I know, are not like those of other people, but I shall never change them. Do not answer me, it would be useless. We shall meet again and talk it all over later. Now take a walk. I shall return to him. Good bye until to night." He kissed her hand and left her without having uttered a word. That night they met at dinner. Directly after the meal they sought their rooms, worn out with fatigue. Charles Forestier was buried the next day in the cemetery at Cannes without any pomp, and Georges returned to Paris by the express which left at 1:30. Mme. Forestier accompanied him to the station. They walked up and down the platform, awaiting the hour of departure and conversing on indifferent subjects. The train arrived, the journalist took his seat. A porter cried: "Marseilles, Lyon, Paris, all aboard." The locomotive whistled and the train moved slowly out of the station. The young man leaned out of the carriage and looked at the youthful widow standing on the platform, gazing after him. Just as she was disappearing from his sight, he threw her a kiss, which she returned with a more discreet wave of her hand. End of chapter 8. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 9, Part 1 of Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Bel Ami, or the History of a Scoundrel, by Guy de Maupassant. Translator unknown. Chapter 9. Marriage, Part 1. Georges Duroy resumed his old habits. Installed in the cozy apartments on Rue de Constantinople, his relations with Mme. de Marelle became quite conjugal. Mme. Forestier had not returned. She lingered at Cannes. He, however, received a letter from her, announcing her return about the middle of April, but containing not a word as to their parting. He waited.
He was resolved to employ every means to marry her if she seemed to hesitate. He had faith in his good fortune, in that power of attraction which he felt within him, a power so irresistible that all women yielded to it. At length a short note admonished him that the decisive moment had arrived. "I am in Paris. Come to see me. Madeleine Forestier." Nothing more. He received it at 9 o'clock. At 3 o'clock of the same day he called at her house. She extended both hands to him with a sweet smile, and they gazed into each other's eyes for several seconds. Then she murmured: "How kind of you to come." He replied: "I should have come whensoever you bade me." They sat down. She inquired about the Walters, his associates, and the newspaper. "I miss that very much," said she. "I had become a journalist in spirit. I like the profession." She paused. He fancied he saw in her smile, in her voice, in her words, a kind of invitation, and although he had resolved not to hasten matters, he stammered: "Well, why do you not resume that profession under the name of Duroy?" She became suddenly serious, and placing her hand on his arm, she said: "Do not let us speak of that yet." Divining that she would accept him, he fell upon his knees and passionately kissed her hands, saying: "Thank you, thank you. How I love you!" She rose. She was very pale. Duroy kissed her brow. When she had disengaged herself from his embrace, she said gravely: "Listen, my friend, I have not yet fully decided, but my answer may be yes. You must wait patiently, however, until I disclose the secret to you." He promised and left her, his heart overflowing with joy. He worked steadily, spent little, tried to save some money that he might not be without a sou at the time of his marriage, and became as miserly as he had once been prodigal. Summer glided by, then autumn, and no one suspected the tie existing between Duroy and Mme. Forestier, for they seldom met in public. One evening Madeleine said to him: "You have not yet told Mme. de Marelle our plans." "No, my dear. As you wished to keep them secret, I have not mentioned them to a soul." "Very well, there is plenty of time. I will tell the Walters." She turned away her head and continued: "If you wish, we can be married the beginning of May." "I obey you in all things joyfully." "The 10th of May, which falls on Saturday, would please me, for it is my birthday." "Very well, the 10th of May." "Your parents live near Rouen, do they not?" "Yes, near Rouen, at Canteleu." "I am very anxious to see them." He hesitated, perplexed. "But they are..." Then he added more firmly: "My dear, they are plain country people, innkeepers, who strained every nerve to give me an education. I am not ashamed of them, but their simplicity, their rusticity might annoy you." She smiled sweetly. "No, I will love them very much. We will visit them. I wish to. I, too, am the child of humble parents, but I lost mine. I have no one in the world." She held out her hand to him.
But you?" He was affected, conquered as he had never been by any woman. "I have been thinking of something," said she, "but it is difficult to explain." He asked: "What is it?" "It is this: I am like all women. I have my weaknesses. I should like to bear a noble name. Can you not, on the occasion of our marriage, change your name somewhat?" She blushed as if she had proposed something indelicate. He replied simply: "I have often thought of it, but it does not seem easy to me." "Why not?" He laughed: "Because I am afraid I should be ridiculed." She shrugged her shoulders. "Not at all, not at all. Everyone does it, and no one laughs. Separate your name in this way: Du Roy. It sounds very well." He replied: "No, that will not do. It is too common a proceeding. I have thought of assuming the name of my native place, first as a literary pseudonym and then as my surname in conjunction with Du Roy, which might later on, as you proposed, be separated." She asked: "Is your native place Canteleu?" "Yes." "I do not like the termination. Could we not modify it?" She took a pen and wrote down the names in order to study them. Suddenly she cried: "Now I have it!" and held toward him a sheet of paper on which was written: "Madame du Roy de Cantel." Gravely he replied: "Yes, it is very nice." She was delighted and repeated: "Du Roy de Cantel. Madame du Roy de Cantel. It is excellent, excellent." Then she added with an air of conviction: "You will see how easily it will be accepted by everyone. After to morrow, sign your articles 'D. de Cantel,' and your echoes simply 'Du Roy.' That is done on the press every day, and no one will be surprised to see you take a nom de plume. What is your father's name?" "Alexandre." She murmured: "Alexandre," 2 or 3 times in succession. Then she wrote upon a blank sheet: "Monsieur and Madame Alexandre du Roy de Cantel announce the marriage of their son, Monsieur Georges du Roy de Cantel, with Madame Forestier." She examined her writing and, charmed with the effect, exclaimed: "With a little method one can succeed in anything." When Georges reached the street, resolved to call himself henceforth Du Roy, or even Du Roy de Cantel, it seemed to him that he was of more importance. He swaggered more boldly, held his head more erect, and walked as he thought gentlemen should. He felt a desire to inform the passers by: "My name is Du Roy de Cantel." Scarcely had he entered his apartments when the thought of Mme. de Marelle rendered him uneasy, and he wrote to her immediately, appointing a meeting for the following day. "It will be hard," thought he. "There will be a quarrel surely." The next morning he received a telegram from Madame, informing him that she would be with him at 1 o'clock. He awaited her impatiently, determined to confess at once, and afterward to argue with her, to tell her that he could not remain a bachelor indefinitely, and that as M. de Marelle persisted in living, he had been compelled to choose some one else as a legal companion.
When the bell rang, his heart gave a bound. Mme. de Marelle entered and cast herself into his arms, saying: "Good afternoon, Bel Ami." Perceiving that his embrace was colder than usual, she glanced up at him and asked: "What ails you?" "Take a seat," said he. "We must talk seriously." She seated herself without removing her hat, and waited. He cast down his eyes. He was preparing to commence. Finally he said slowly: "My dear friend, you see that I am very much perplexed, very sad, and very much embarrassed by what I have to confess to you. I love you with all my heart, and the fear of giving you pain grieves me more than what I have to tell you." She turned pale, trembled, and asked: "What is it? Tell me quickly." He said sadly but resolutely: "I am going to be married." She sighed like one about to lose consciousness. Then she gasped, but did not speak. He continued: "You cannot imagine how much I suffered before taking that resolution. But I have neither position nor money. I am alone in Paris. I must have near me someone who can counsel, comfort, and support me. What I need is an associate, an ally, and I have found one." He paused, hoping that she would reply, expecting an outburst of furious rage, reproaches and insults. She pressed her hand to her heart and breathed with difficulty. He took the hand resting on the arm of the chair, but she drew it away and murmured as if stupefied: "Oh, my God!" He fell upon his knees before her, without, however, venturing to touch her, more moved by her silence than he would have been by her anger. "Clo, my little Clo, you understand my position. Oh, if I could have married you, what happiness it would have afforded me! But you were married. What could I do? Just think of it. I must make my way in the world, and I can never do so as long as I have no domestic ties. If you knew, there are days when I should like to kill your husband." He spoke in a low, seductive voice. He saw two tears gather in Mme. de Marelle's eyes and trickle slowly down her cheeks. He whispered: "Do not weep, Clo, do not weep, I beseech you. You break my heart." She made an effort to appear dignified and haughty, and asked, though somewhat unsteadily: "Who is it?" For a moment he hesitated before he replied: "Madeleine Forestier." Mme. de Marelle started. Her tears continued to flow. She rose. Duroy saw that she was going to leave him without a word of reproach or pardon, and he felt humbled, humiliated. He seized her gown and implored: "Do not leave me thus." She looked at him with that despairing, tearful glance, so charming and so touching, which expresses all the misery pent up in a woman's heart, and stammered: "I have nothing to say. I can do nothing. You are right. You have made a good choice." And disengaging herself, she left the room. With a sigh of relief at escaping so easily, he repaired to Mme. Forestier's, who asked him:
"Have you told Mme. de Marelle?" He replied calmly: "Yes." "Did it affect her?" "Not at all. On the contrary, she thought it an excellent plan." The news was soon noised abroad. Some were surprised, others pretended to have foreseen it, and others again smiled, inferring that they were not at all astonished. The young man who signed his articles "D. de Cantel," his echoes "Du Roy," and his political sketches "Du Roy," spent the best part of his time with his betrothed, who had decided that the day fixed for the wedding should be kept secret, that the ceremony should be celebrated in the presence of witnesses only, that they should leave the same evening for Rouen, and that the day following they should visit the journalist's aged parents and spend several days with them. Duroy had tried to persuade Madeleine to abandon that project, but not succeeding in his efforts, he was finally compelled to submit. End of Chapter 9, part 1. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.